someone here says that they want it. So here someone says contractor users, pause, monopoly, commissioning fees, LD line construction, metering fees, delays in connection. So those are all questions, I think. Like you want to know the fees, you want to know why UDCL is the only one making the pause, okay? You want to know the commissioning fees, the LV line construction. Now I don't understand what you need to know about the LV line construction, metering fees, delays in connection. So all those are questions, eh? Pardon? How UDCL is performing, eh?
Because there is some suspension.
For LV customers, eh? Okay, okay. Those are interesting questions, eh? So we are going to, so you want to know why? That is the explanation.
But UDC should know. Why are they not represented here?
We have someone from UDC.
They should be
They are not
represented.
yet here, but they were invited. They're supposed to be here.
Yes,
They are going to come.
they should be represented.
No.
Actually, most of the issues raised there do concern the contractor and UNDCL. 70% issues with UNDCL and the contractor. So they are
Yeah. Yes. And we are going to handle all your questions. I want you to relax. Now that you're with the regulator, I want you to just keep calm and know that all your problems. And that's why we call you, because that is our we don't want you to just be there and wondering what is happening. So such forums are for us to know what is happening in there and for us to be able to find solutions on how well can you work. Because we don't give you permits not to work. So I want you to just be calm and know that now you're here.
We would like so much to hear their defense.
They are going to come.
We don't want them to throw jabs at us without our presence. So,
You don't want them to start accusing you.
without our presence.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. password for the internet is on that. I hope you can see it. Everyone has finished? So let's we start. Some of these expectations that you've given us, we had a meeting with our contractors and they already raised. So, and we have a solution for how do we handle all those issues that you have raised. And we have them captured also in our matrix. We don't want to miss out on anything. Okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good. We're happy to receive you. My name is Julius Wandera. I work for the Electricity Regulatory Authority. Some of you might know me, some of you may not have seen me before. But if you've been to many of the ERA's functions, it's likely that you've seen me. I head the Directorate of Corporate and Consumer Affairs, and I will be taking you through some of the sessions today. And having said that, we would like to get started. So if there are any friends, Ephraim, if there are any friends outside there, please invite them in, because we are getting started. We want to start by, I'll start by echoing what I presume has already been said, that we apologize for the delay in the time. You will realize that there is just so much happening within Kampala City. The town is kind of helter-skelter. The roadworks are literally everywhere. Many roads are closed, so the traffic squeeze is just annoying within the city. But that is something that we have to live with for the being time. Our chief executive is supposed to join us shortly, but there is a coincidence between our conference today and Minerals Energy Conference hosted by the Minister of Energy at Serena. So there is a coincidence of the day and the time. So she had to start with making a presentation, a keynote presentation at Serena. Then she joins us, and then when she got there, the changes in the road networks delayed everybody from arriving, including the organizers and I think including the minister, the other side. So they are starting as we are starting. Ideally, they were supposed to have started much earlier. They are also just starting. So because of that challenge of time and the road network, several things are being delayed. So she's going to join us, but a little later than we expected her. So in that regard, like you've been informed, we would like to proceed. Our board chairperson is not going to be with us. So just to manage our expectation, our board chairperson is not going to be with us, but we have invited the chief engineer in UEDCL to join us at this meeting. I have been told about the expectations you've raised. It's important that these things are addressed. One of the things that I discovered is that you guys are very, very strong and powerful people. I went to meet one of the generals in town, and the general told me that the installation permits officials, especially the company guys, have reported you. I said, why did they report us? They said, you guys, you have not told them on how do they fit into the transition. So they are not very sure whether they will have business or they will not have business. I said, those guys need to be respected. Some people went all the way to Gulu and reported the regulator. They said the regulator has not given us clarity on whether we will continue in business or we are going to be squeezed out of business. But who can squeeze you out of business? Who can build lines in this country rather than yourselves? Who can make sure there are connections other than yourselves? Even if you guys just went on strike for a month and you saw we are on strike, the country will be paralyzed. Okay? So you are indispensable. You may not know, but you are very indispensable. You are irreplaceable. That one is a fact. And in the energy transition, in the connections, in the expansion, in the sector transitions, you are part and parcel of the equation. That one I want to assure you. And I know when the chief executive comes, she's going to talk about the same. You are indispensable. For example, if there is a fault in this building, I don't think the general manager here knows even where to locate it. They have no idea. You are the guys who will locate these challenges and rectify them. So you're very important people to this sector. And I want you to know that your concerns are very well taken care of. They're going to be responded to. And the chief executive will come and even augment those issues to tell you that you're part of what is going on. and so your presence cannot be compromised. Before we even get and delve into the first presentation, I would like us to take a roll call. A roll call is by way of introduction, so that we know who is here and what entity you represent. That's very important. Just your name and the entity you represent, or if you represent yourself, it's also important that that we get to know that I'm here, I'm Sharon Chohiru, and I represent myself. That is very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm Seremba Michael, representing Avias Investments Limited.
Representing?
Avias Investments Limited.
Yes, okay.
Thank you so much. I'm Richard Benson Paul, representing Method Technical Service Limited.
I'm Atwine Ronald, Managing Director, Ahmad Engineering and Supplies Limited.
Sengendo Douglas, yes. I think I'm representing myself.
Okay, that's good. I'm Maloba Henry, representing Malcat Technical Services Limited.
I'm Chirango David, Technical Director, Triple D's Technical Services.
Triple D.
Triple D's.
My name is Asoliva Peter, Operations Manager, City Gain Services Limited.
I'm Daniel Sansa Chevambe, representing Technorite Systems Limited.
I'm Solomon Nyako, representing Bakaluba Engineering Consults.
Say the name again?
Solomon Nyako.
The company?
Bakaluba Engineering
Bakaluba.
Yes.
I am Bido Frank, representing myself.
Okay. I like the gentleman representing Bakaluba Engineering Services. Somebody said one time that, have you ever heard of the name of a church in Uganda? All church names are all in English. He's the only one with the name of a company, which is international. Go ahead.
I'm Manuel Chwanuka, representing Makambo Technical Services Limited.
Makambo, okay. Now we are going there.
So if you represent yourself and you have a class, you can just mention the class of
Good morning, I'm Hassan Kasak, representing myself, Class B.
Okay.
I'm Chazo Juliet, representing Dimak Investments Limited.
I'm Tuishe Alan, Class B permit holder, representing myself. I'm Balibola Christopher, Uganda Electricity Distribution Company.
UEG?
UEGCL.
Yeah, Nicholas Wamaniala, freelance, Class A.
SJN, Class B holder, but also representing Premo Engineering. Producer Premo? Preno, P-R-E-N-O. Okay. Like the car.
I'm Juan Joshua, representing Reactor Technical Services.
With Dickens, I'm representing Reactor Technical Services Limited.
I beg your pardon, the name of the company?
Reactor.
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 Okay.
I'm Wilfred Mugule, Class B.
Also Dan, representing 7 Hills Power Technologies.
Hope Mauritia, SSI.
Solomon Benawa, SCSI.
I'm James Olate, MD SO General Engineering, I own Class B.
This is Romain Bedard, representing SOG. Engineers, I'm in English.
Katkwasa Nicholas, representing SMS Construction, Class B.
I'm Msuadeus, representing Dark Engineering.
I'm Meshach Peter Sekaleka, and I come here in 3 categories. I represent myself as a Class B punch holder. At the same time, I'm one of the certified engineers for cable at C1 Electrical Engineering Company Limited. And at the same time, I represent Africa Centennial Church History Specialists. And we have a lot of investments in Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, but I'm based in Uganda. So when it comes to electricity, then it concerns also with our structures around.
Very good. Thank you so much.
I'm Sayo Karibosi, representing myself, Class A Punch.
Good morning. Arthur Miss JLKC, representing Meridian Sales and Services Limited. Thank you.
Is that the Meridian in West Nile?
I am Judas Chigong Sewanyana, Class A, Class B. I represent Modesto Electrical Company.
Good morning. Richard Nkubikiza, representing Power Engineering Limited.
Greetings everyone. I'm called Yotea Charles. I represent Uganda Engineering Uganda Limited.
Uganda. It's a very good name.
Morning. I'm Laura Frank Vienna, COO, Modesto Electric Build.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm Chivombi Amir, representing Modest Associates Limited.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dixon Okai, Managing Director at the Milano Group of Companies, National Coordinator and the International Relations, Uganda Professional and Certified Electricians.
Good to have you here. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Imran Wamala Ntanga from Hans Technical Services Limited.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Andrew Mogama, Jumosa Investigates.
I'm Akiza Charles, Electrical Power Services. I'm the Director.
Good morning. I'm Namajo Christine from Wenreko. Class Z family generation.
Yes, good morning. Omirambe Francis is my name, and I am representing West Nile Rural Electrification Company Agencies, and I'm a Class Z permit holder.
Okay, thank you. Good morning all. I'm Vincent Wede, I'm a planter in Neta, on here, and as myself, a permit holder of Class Z.
I'm Dennis Kuzera. I'm representing Grid Electrical Engineering.
You are representing that again?
Grid Engineering.
Grid Engineering.
Good morning. My name is Ibrahim Kasita. I work with the Electricity Regulatory Authority. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. I'm Solo Waigolo. I'm from National Council for Higher Education.
Thank you.
Good morning to you all. Protocol observed. I'm Marcela Nyango, representing Incast Uganda Limited, Permit X holder.
Good morning to you. My name is Christine Mbaiza. I work with the Uganda Consumer Action Network.
Uganda Consumer Action Network. You can.
Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dan Malon. I work with Uganda Consumer Action Network. I'm also, Madam Charlotte calls me emeritus member of the Installation Permits Committee of the Electricity Regulatory Authority.
There's also HT you have not talked about. Eh? Okay, let's take that for now.
I'm Robinson Wawiri, Project Coordinator for Cell and Bad Road Technical Services.
I'm Tulia Leo, the Technical Director at I-Power Engineering Company. The real I you used to see. Not I, that one, but IPEC, I. From the book of Matthew chapter 6, verse 22. That's where the I is.
Okay. Good.
Good morning to everybody. My name is Tumalami Valence Salim, Class A, representing Triple D Technical Services and the National Housing and Construction Company Limited.
National Housing and Construction and Triple D.
Yes.
Praise the Lord.
Another Triple D.
My name is
Amen.
My name is Onen Richard Lutera. I represent Broad 5 Limited.
Broad 5.
Broad 5.
Okay, thank
you. Good morning, everyone. I know most of you have seen me before. My name is Ronald Athaire. As you know, I'm on the IPC committee and I represent the Engineers Registration Board.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Achien Lydia Keller, an IPC member. I represent vocational training institutions.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Elizabeth Komuri Galrano. I work with ERA in the legal department. Good morning, everyone. My name is Charlotte Chohaire. I work with ERA in the legal department.
Thank you very much. All of you of faith who has just stepped out. And then we have our colleagues on the cameras. They don't want to be interrupted. Please keep doing what you're doing. I think everyone has introduced themselves. Thank you so much. Is there someone? Charlotte, how can you pick the bill for being here?
Good morning, everyone. Engineer Judith Naika Sengendo. I work as a Director of Technical Regulation and I am the Chairperson IPC.
But you guys, you are only left for one person. So okay, let me introduce myself as the Deputy Chairperson of IPC. So I can have some hand clap as well. Yeah, you guys know which side of your brain is better. That's very good. Thank you so much, Chairperson IPC. She's also responsible for being here. If she doesn't sign the check, they will ask all of us to pay our meals. So we are happy to be here and to have you. So we'll straight away delve into our presentations. We know that some people came quite early, which was very good. And for those of us who came late, we apologize. Yes, but I'm sure that when you came that very early, you must have had a cup of tea, isn't it? Yes. That's very good. So when we go for break tea, will you also take tea again? Yes. Hey. Okay, so that's acceptable. Anyway, we're going to have a break and have some tea at some point. Although for me, I carried my cup and some cakes here, so you'll forgive me for breaking protocols. We're going to have an overview. I know that you know these things. ERA, you know ERA very well because you worked with ERA for a while. Some of you, I'm sure, can even make a presentation of who is ERA and what they do. But the secret in effective communication is to communicate and to over-communicate. That is, at least, that is advanced by a writer called Patrick Leshoni. The secret in effective communication is to communicate and to over-communicate. That's why when I heard that statement, I reflected. When you buy a drug from the US, you basically, you look at a box and the amount of writing on the box is just excessive. They literally have written in every space, they have written something. To communicate and to over-communicate, make sure that you understand and you've gotten the message. We're going to give you a brief snapshot of ERA, and then from there we shall come on with other presentations. Mr. Ibrahim Kasita is our in charge of stakeholder relations. So ideally, this gentleman should be working with Charlotte and Faith very closely to manage ERA's relationship with you. He's going to come and make a presentation. Ibrahim, why don't you come over? There are things that may not be relevant to this audience. Those ones you can skip. Those that are relevant, emphasize them. I know you may not have the tariff on that slide already, but you can talk about it. This guy is nowhere to access the tariff. They understand our website as many times as anyone else would understand it. Thank you so much, and Mr. Kasita, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, my director. Thank you, DTR, plus also the audience for accepting to honor our invitation. With great humility, allow me to present to you the overview of the electricity supply sector or industry. In there, we shall also present to you who ERA is and what we do. But also with the recent reforms in the sector, you need to know where we are today. So, done. In this presentation, we see that we are the transition from Umeme to UEDCL. So basically, the sector has had numerous transitions. The sector is as old as humankind, but we have had the first generation reforms. These reforms started with the unbundling of the Uganda Electricity Board around 1999 with the enactment of the Electricity Act of 1999. So in this act, we used to have one single company, vertically integrated company, UEB. So with the enactment of the 1999 Act, this big company was unbundled into three successor companies. The Uganda Electricity Generation Company. This company is in charge of generation assets. Then we have the Uganda Electricity Transmission Company. This company was in charge of system operations as well as also transmission network. Then we have the Uganda Electricity Distribution Company, which at the time was managing the assets of distribution, which also later were leased to private companies. Among them, you remember, we have had Umeme. And the exit of Umeme informs us of the second generation reforms. I want you to understand this so that when you are outside there, because as the director said, that you people, you are very powerful, you are outside there where we are not. Therefore, we expect you to represent the sector where we are not, isn't it? We know that you are outside there, so we want you to speak like a regulator. So get these things, get the reforms very well, understand the companies, and then you will be able to speak. So that was the first generation reform. The enactment of the Electricity Act. Now we no longer speak about the Electricity Act of 1999. In the second generation reforms, we speak about the Electricity Act, Chapter 157. I want you to get this. If you have a pen, kindly write these things down, because even me too,
I sometimes get confused. So get a pen, write these things. So don't cite the Electricity Act. You know the Electricity Act is the law that governs our operations. So once you have it right in the first place, you will be there. So the first generation reforms did a good job, and I'm going to explain what we have achieved. But because of the very many challenges that the sector is facing, there was a need for us to address those challenges. Government felt that there's a need for us to amend, to change how we are doing business. And this is what informed the second generation reforms. And I'm going to answer the question, why second generation reforms? The roadmap, what has been done, what remains to be done, and expectations, but already you know that Umeme is no longer with us. We are having Uganda electricity distribution companies. So what are the achievements of the first generation reforms? As I mentioned that the first generation reforms, the enactment of the Electricity Act 1999, which led to the unbundling of the sector into 3 segments: the generation, transmission, and the distribution. Those segments are very key. The segments generation, you will see that we shall have very many players. Transmission, at that time we had only one, the system operator or Uganda Electricity Transmission Company. But now with the second generation reform, we have also unbundled that sector. Basically, we have opened the sector to the private sector. The intention is to attract private sector, private capital to come and invest into this segment so that we shall also be seeing new players in the transmission segment. That is an opportunity for us here. That is what? An opportunity, and note this down. It is an opportunity for us here. Let's try to position ourselves, because nobody, none, is going to do this. It's you people here. Therefore, this is a blessing to all of us. This is an opportunity that we must position ourselves. Let's market ourselves, so that by the time these investors come in, you guys are already there. Opportunities to find people who are prepared and ready. Am I right? Therefore, just now try to position. And when you're positioning, how do you position yourself? You just only don't position by having these qualifications. You yourself, how are you? How is your, in terms of behaviors, you know, one thing that we tend to forget, we as technical people, is social capital. Let's try to invest ourselves in terms of building relationship with people. And how do you build relationship with people? Let's avoid vices that will make us anti-people. Let's not support vandalism in whatever we do, okay? Because, yes, you may go away with it, but people know you. The flies around know you. The insects that move around know you. And once they know, they'll report you. So tomorrow when this opportunity comes, they will pinpoint at you. Do you see? So position yourself in a way that you are marketable. So that segment, the second reform, the second generation reforms, provide us with an opportunity for us now to take advantage of that. They are going to unbundle the transmission segment and shall have what we call independent power transmitters. IPTs will be in place. This is the private sector, they will be coming on board. And therefore, this is an opportunity for you. Build your skills, enhance your skills, so that this opportunity does not leave you. So, unbundling of the sector to ensure transparency. So this is what we achieved from the first generation reforms. The sector was unbundled to ensure transparency, to incentive regulation and private operation of the distribution and retail business. Yes, when the sector was unbundled, we saw the private investors coming in form of Umeme. When they came in, of course, we saw that the distribution network was growing, and hence opportunities for us were available. We have also seen a robust, efficient, and independent regulatory authority. By the way, the institution we work for, all of us, including you, this institution has been named the best regulator in the African continent for 6 years consecutively. consecutively. If it is once, maybe it was a chance. Maybe. Second time, okay, they forgot. Third time, the other guys never participated. Fourth time, fifth time. So this means that we have been deliberate, consistent, and doing what we do best. Okay? Now, this means that it takes a collective effort. ERA does not work in isolation. ERA works in an ecosystem. This ecosystem includes wire persons, including you people in this room. Whatever you do there is representative what ERA is doing. That's why we take deliberate opportunity to meet you, and even this workshop is here to ensure that we move together. Are we okay? Because we know when we are being ranked, when we are being assessed and evaluated, we also include our wire persons. Am I right? That's why we want you to be on board. A stable and transparent tariff set networking. The other thing that we do as ERA, we are responsible for the tariff setting. We set the tariffs. So it's not your EDCL that sets the tariffs, it's ERA. But the way we do this, it is in a transparent manner. We ensure that everyone is involved, including wire persons here. You have heard of our public hearings. Have we ever invited you for public hearings? Yeah? Very good. That is a process. It's the process of trying to set up these tariffs. So by the time you come, we invite you for this public hearing. It is that we are deliberate, we are involving our stakeholders in this process, so that tomorrow a figure is not being announced and you say we don't know even how that figure has been arrived. Our website is transparent. Everything we do is as open as a glass. So this is what we call transparency of the highest order. So in whatever we do, in whatever we say, that's why we say we are confident of saying things that we can defend. Similarly, when you are outside there, do things that you can do. So in these first generation reforms, we have seen a stable and transparent tariff setting network. We have a methodology. Few entities will publish their tariff adjustment methodologies, but ERA will publish them. And I know you know where to get them. You go to our website, you will see. I should be able to explain this to our customers. Are we there? So, since then, what has been achieved? Power generation capacity. At that time, by 2004 base year, we had 395 megawatts. But today, as we speak now, we have over 2,000 megawatts. 2,000 what? Megawatts as a storage capacity. So today we see that generation has increased from the time where this reform started up to today. So this country now, we have grown our generation capacity, and you can go ahead and talk this outside there. Peak demand. At that time we had 257 megawatts. Today we are almost close to 1,000 megawatts, over 1,000 megawatts. So you see that even 2,000, you can imagine. We are now 2,000 megawatts in terms of peak demand. So you see that now the country, generation facilities, generation installation capacities are growing, but also now we are seeing that the peak demand is also growing. That is an achievement of the first generation reforms. The other achievement is electricity access. So many people talk about access, and this is one of the indicators to show whether the electricity supply industry is doing well or not. Accessibility. At that time, electricity access in Uganda was just only 5%. And I know some of us who are as old as me, it was only district leadership, that district people, the district administrators and hospitals and maybe a few offices that had electricity. So it was a luxury. But today, as we speak now, the whole country is close to 60% of electricity access. So while we are not there, but we need to understand where we came from and where we are now, so that now we can predict what is going to happen if the situation remains constant, if the environment remains conducive. And these are the things you should be able to explain to people. Sometimes you go to when you are doing your work, we don't have electricity in our villages. Explain to these people where we were at that time, where we are now, and you can be able to explain where we shall be at a certain point in time. Then in terms of revenue collection, at that time, revenue collection was only 51.2%. Today we are collecting over 82.5%. Now, revenue is very important for us because we need to make sure that this industry is sustainable. Everything is money. We are operating a live network, a network which requires constant investment. If you don't invest into that network, it means that you are going to have reliability issues. You're going to have so many things happening. Therefore, for you to ensure that this system is working, you must have money. Money is everything in this network. So when we talk about revenue collection going up close to 100%, it means that now the industry is sustainable, okay? Because we can now collect our revenues. Renewable energy, installed capacity, and national electricity generation. This one I've mentioned it. We have 96% of hydro, 4% of other renewable energy sources, 93%. So basically this country is a clean energy country as we speak now. The electricity we use is clean energy. Clean energy in terms of the sources. We are producing hydroelectric power, we are having solar power. So basically all this is clean energy. Therefore, we are ensuring that there is sustainability of this sector. Not only producing electricity, but also ensuring that our environment is conserved. Because we know that our products, electricity, is a product of our environment. Therefore, in whatever you do, you people, in whatever we are there, let's ensure that we conserve and we protect the environment. Cutting trees unnecessarily is not okay. Enabling environment for private sector investments. We are seeing a number of IPPs. IPPs, these are independent power producers. As I explained earlier on, we have the generation segment. These are the producers, and it has attracted independent power producers. Private capital, private players have come on board. Now I also explained that we are going now to open up the transmission segment, and we shall also see independent power transmitters coming on board. So this is an achievement we are proud of, and we can speak about it. Customer base, at that time before the first generation reform, we had only 263,000 customers. 230,000 customers. But today, and these are households, because for us, we, unlike telecoms, that measure their customer base by the number of gadgets one has. For us, we measure our customers by households. Now today, we are talking about over 2 million customers, households, not individuals, households. I want also you to get this. Sometimes we are being killed. You guys, we are about 40 million. You are talking about only 2 million. We are talking about households. In Uganda today, we estimate about, according to the census, we have about 8 million households. Now, over 2 million households are connected to electricity. So if we move at this pace, perhaps in the next 10 years, you might find that all these people are electrified. Therefore, we need you. These sales have gone up, the gigawatts. Then we talk about electricity grid availability and transmission level, 90% at. So, if one will ask, now that we have achieved, why does the government decide to change? Why do you have to go for the second reform, generation reforms? That's the question. Because there's a mentality that we have achieved. We should have maintained that status quo. Why are we now changing the model? Now, the new model for the distribution sector is fast track and evolution of access. So, as I mentioned, we have seen the generation growing and growing, and we are happy about that. Transmission, we are also growing, and it's going to grow. However, distribution, we want to ensure that power now moves away from generation, it is now accessed by people. So now we want to ensure that now this power is distributed to where it's supposed to be. And that's the model that is driving these reforms. A global framework of tendering large IPPs is needed to meet the generation needs in the future. So the first point is that we need to make sure that electricity is distributed to the last, we call it last mile connection. That's the urgency for the second reforms. That electricity is expanded. Number two, there is a need for the IPPs to meet the generation needs in the future. So we need to bring in big independent power producers to also come in place. Because you see, we have an ambitious target of ensuring that we generate more and more megawatts for our country. Therefore, we need to create an enabling environment that will bring large independent power producers to come in. 3, private sector participation in the transmission segment. I have mentioned, and I repeat it here, that now we are unbundling the transmission segment. As it is now, it is Uganda Electricity Transmission Company, which is a government-owned company doing the transmission business. However, with the enactment of the new law, we have opened up the transmission segment. Therefore, we want to attract private capital to come and invest into this segment. And this is an opportunity. One, it creates a business opportunity for us here in this room. 2, it creates jobs for us. And this could be green jobs. That's why I have said, guys, prepare yourself. When you move out here, ask yourself, am I prepared for the IPT? If you can forget everything, just go home. What is in for you? Am I prepared for the IPT? That is enough. Then, flexibility in de-risking that now, risks now, we don't have so many risks. At least we know the risks that are available. It's now a bit certain and predictable. Electricity sector has been de-risked, benefits us because now the sector has been de-risked. In 1997, in 1990s, by 1991, the sector, we didn't know what the sector is. In fact, in one of the conversations that I have, people never knew even how many customers were available at that time. We never knew what was the losses. But now today we can speak and know that now we can estimate with accuracy the sector. So, this is also another issue why we are having second generation reforms. We need to see that there's enforcement and system. We need to see that these standards are enforced, because one of the things we need to do, standards is harmonized, we need to move in a coordinated manner. Everything should be, that coordination, that's one of the things that why we need to have second generation reforms. Formulation of the methodology, procedures to plan for access expansion, which was developed as a national electrification strategy, NES. How many of you have accessed national electrification strategy here? By show of hands, just show me. How many of you have accessed this document? National electrification strategy. How many? None. I implore you, you are the people on the ground. National electrification strategy. If you don't have this, if you don't know what is in this strategy, business opportunities are you are going to lose these opportunities. Kindly visit the Ministry of Energy website or ERA website, download this document, because this document is showing, actually this is how you can even position yourself. It shows to you how government intends to electrify this country. And you, by the nature of your job, you should see how you should position yourself and create your businesses. And by the way, partnership. Learn how to create partnership. Nowadays, we no longer work in silos, in isolation. Create partnership. Projects, if projects are in Rukunjiri and for you, you are based in Jinja. How do you manage? How do you take advantage of opportunities in Rukunjiri? It's through partnership. So I call upon you guys, get access into this national electrification strategy. So what exactly is this second generation reform? Consolidation of the distribution concession. Now, initially in the first generation reform, this distribution segment, we had Uganda Electricity Distribution Company. that was the asset manager. It owned those assets in the national grid. But also, we also had those rural distribution networks outside the national strategy. You have heard of PACMEX? The Pader, Abim, Community Multipurpose Electrician Company. You heard of it? You heard of Kilembe Investments Limited? You heard of that company? Yes. You heard of Bundibujo? All these were companies that were distributing power in rural areas or in areas that were seen as non-economically viable. Okay? However, with these reforms, government decided to consolidate. Upon the expiration of those concessions, government decided to bring them back. A new EDCL has been taking them, has been in charge. Are we clear there? So what happened to Umeme recently? It's not something new. It has been something that has been happening. So government decided to consolidate all the distribution concession. Hence, UEDCL is the new kid on the block. UEDCL has been there, by the way, but it has been at the back end. Now, it's now coming. Okay? So let no one say this is a new company. It's not a new company. From what we have told you today, just assure people this company has been there. Therefore, they have the capacity, the competence, and the skills to run this network because they know this network even better. Are we there? 2, open market development. Direct sale of electricity, export and import of power. What do we mean here? In this reform, in this second generation reform, what we want to achieve, we want to have a market whereby consumers can have direct access of electricity. Rather than you waiting electricity from a generation plant, go through a transmission line, and then to the consumer. Perhaps even, maybe even our losses maybe will go down. So what are we trying to say? There must be direct sale from the generator to the consumer, especially those in the industrial park. And today, we have come up with regulations that will facilitate that direct purchase of power from the producer to the, you see, that is, so when people ask you, why is government doing this, especially our people there, you should be able to explain this to them where we are not. Don't even call, you just call us for clarification, but you should be able to explain this because you are our people on the ground. Number 2, B, export and import of power. That's what we call the power pools. Power pools is, as I explained earlier on, that we need to leverage what other people can produce. When there's electricity, when some people can produce electricity in excess, we should be able to import that electricity to run our economy. You know, our demand is increasing, and the demand perhaps even moves faster than what we could supply. So what we intend to do is we should be able to leverage on what our neighbors in the East African countries can produce so that we use it. Then also we need to balance public and private participation. There is a need to ensure that private and public partnership work together in tandem. Okay? Then number 4 is implementation of the independent power transmission. I've explained that several times, that there's a need for us to implement the independent power transmission. Then the other thing is market design and development. So this is the roadmap. Umeme and UEDCL support of the transition. So basically this is what happened. Because we have heard that most of you are not aware, and we can now apologize for this, but we have tried. But basically this is what happened in the roadmap. For us to implement the second generation reforms, we came up with this support. Okay, let me summarize. So this is what really happened. So for now, I think this is not even relevant, but this is what happened. So what you know is by 31st of March, this month, Umeme exited Ugandan market in terms of distribution. That's what you should know. What we are doing now, UEDCL took over, and now UEDCL is in charge of the distribution of electricity in Uganda. That is clear. And these assets were handed back to the government of Uganda. everything is now history. So what do I call upon? What am I requesting from you? One is that by the end of today, you should be able to know where the electricity sector has come from. Two, position yourself with the opportunities that are coming in, especially in the transmission segment, because the transmission segment is being unbundled. New opportunities are coming up. And thirdly, I call upon you to remain vigilant. Let's fight vandalism. Vandalism is the thing that's going to take us. It will rob our jobs. It will rob this country of electricity to energize its economy. So let's join hands. Don't be part of those people who are part and parcel of vandalism. With that, I want to thank you very much for your attention, and I would like, if you have any questions at an appropriate time, kindly ask all questions so that when you go outside there, you are energized and you are ready to defend the sector the way you can defend your life. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kasita, once again. So if you have any question, please still jot it down and send it through. We want to make sure that we capture everything. And after, we'll go into a session where we'll be answering those questions. Our next presentation is from... Yes, thank you. Thank you, Kasita, for the presentation. So we will take you through to the straight away to the next presentation, where we will talk about the issues of quality of works and also safety. We want to share with you the aspect that we consider when we look at quality. Are you following the right standards? Do you use skilled workers? When you receive our instruments, to what extent do you keep them? The people that you enlist in there, are they the people that supervise the works that you do? Do you adhere to strict testing and inspection procedures, or do you compromise sometimes? So we want to share a presentation and throwing our insights there for you to look at, and also to share with you some of the vices that we have encountered as we have done some spot checks on the works that you have done. I request Faith to come and take us through this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you to the Director of Technical Regulations and also Chairperson of the Installation Permits Committee for that great overview of the presentation that's coming next. So basically with this presentation we're calling it Maintaining High Standards in Electrical Works and Safety. So we're going to remind ourselves of the standards that are expected of us as we are conducting our works and how this is critical to the safety of the installations we're doing, the equipment, and also the people. So we cannot let our guard down at any point, because we know that it is really critical that if you do not observe the standards that are required, you know that it will really pose a safety risk to the communities that we are serving. So this is actually something that is of high importance to each and every one of us to take at heart and ensure that in all our works as we are conducting them, we meet the required standards. We have some IT support. Okay, that's okay. Thank you. All right, so as we look at quality of works, we're talking about being able to meet the specified standards consistently. Yes, so at all times as you conduct your works on the power lines, whether you get a job and you're doing factories, whether you're doing domestic installations, because I know the class is represented here, you're holding probably the highest class, which allows you to actually conduct all the natures of works. So we shall focus on all the different natures of works that you're carrying out. And you should be able to meet the required standards and quality that is expected of you to ensure safety. And in this, we expect that you should have knowledge of the applicable standards for the works that you're doing. By the time we certify you, we have actually checked your competence and ensured that you actually meet this requirement. So we don't expect that you only up to the task when you're trying to get this permit, but even for the period of validity of the permit, you have to be able to maintain that high standard of work in the nature of works that you're doing. You should be able to keep constantly updating yourself with the standards in place, the best practice, because the technologies keep evolving. We have new technologies that keep coming up. Keep abreast of these technologies, keep abreast of what standards apply to them as you're doing your work. We also expect that as the workmanship, the level of workmanship should also be up to task. So we don't expect you to really do shady works, especially you who are certified by ERA. We expect a lot from you, and the level of workmanship should really be in a manner that will ensure that the works are done to standard and also they are ensuring safety. So we all know that here, high quality works will promote safety. So we're going to discuss the different obligations and remind ourselves of the different obligations that each and every one of us have. That is the licenses. I know we have WENRECO here, UDCL is joining us. So the licenses, we'll discuss that. There's the obligation of us as the authority, and there's also an obligation to you, the contractors and the wire persons. So as ERA, we are mandated under Section 9 of the Act to regulate electrical installations. That is at all levels, whether in homes, offices, shops, industries, schools, on the transmission, distribution networks, generation. So at all voltages, we are mandated to regulate the electrical installation works that are taking place. And the Installation Permits Committee is the authority that fulfills this functional responsibility in regards to supervision of these installations. I think you've already met some of the members, they've introduced themselves, and you've also probably met them on the panels, and still even in the field, you've met them and you'll keep meeting them as they come to check on the works that you're doing. So ensure that at all times you are doing the right thing. So when we come to the licensees, currently we have UEDCL, WENRECO, and Kalangala. Okay, so we have currently UEDCL, WENRECO, and Kalangala. And we expect that the obligation of the licensee is to monitor professional performance of a permit holder under the installation permit regulations. And should there be any kind of malpractice, they have to report it to the authority. So the licensees represented here, this is to remind you that you do have the obligation to report any cases of malpractices that are happening to the authorities so that we can follow them up and ensure safety of our communities. Yeah, so as you, the wire person and contractor, what is also your part? First of all, we expect you to conduct works while you're in possession of a valid installation permit that is issued by the Installation Permits Committee of ERA. That is your very first step. We don't expect you to conduct works without a permit. And also, you Class X permit holders, we don't expect you to have employees that are conducting works. They're fulfilling a whole project. You find a whole project and it is executed and there is not even one person on that project that has a permit. That is extremely illegal and you'll be penalized if we find such a case happening. Because Section 10 of the Installation Permits Regulation says that even the employees within the company that are carrying out electrical works, they ought to have permits, irrespective of the company itself having a Class X permit. So we expect that the people you're employing, every project that is ongoing should be supervised by permit holders. Because there's a lot of emphasis on this because it's something we've also noticed and picked up as we are monitoring. And we don't expect you to continue that nature of conduct of works. We certify you, but you should also have individuals that are fully certified and can be able to supervise and conduct these works. So for every project you're executing, ensure that you have permit holders on site. So why do we monitor these electrical installation works? Why are we keen on this? First of all, wiremen and contractors are monitored to ensure that they are complying with the regulations and also the ESI best practices. So our key focus is to ensure that you people are conducting your works in a manner that complies to regulations that are in place, also standards that are in place, and also the best practices. So you should be able to always keep yourselves abreast of these regulations. We have some of them published on our website. You should know the applicable standards to the works that you're doing at whatever voltage levels and be able to keep practicing them. So we also monitor to assess any actual or perceived risks to the installations and the consumers. Because key to us is to ensure that there is safety of the people, of the consumers, and so we assess this risk. So to ensure that also the standard of work and conduct of business is satisfactory during the period of validity of the permit. So for the entire time your permit is valid, we shall keep checking on your works. And we also don't expect that you get a permit once and then it expires, you continue working and you're like, I have a permit. For as long as your permit is expired, it means you have no permit. So you have no business working without a permit. So always ensure that you renew your permit in time so that you are working with a valid permit. So you meet also the legal requirement of you to have a valid permit at all times while you're conducting your works. That is also the expectation of you. So the process of monitoring that we undertake is through following up reports that we receive from the licensees. We receive these on a quarterly, we analyze them, and we're able to come up with actions accordingly. Then we also conduct coordinated spot checks where we shall come, meet with the licensees, meet you at the project sites, the contractors, we check on your projects and the works that you're doing to see that you're actually working in line with the expected standards. And in the event that we find cases of non-compliance, you'll be held liable for the works that you're doing, and you'll be invited for a disciplinary and you'll be able to defend your position. This can result into either suspension of your permit or it can even result in cancellation of your permit. So at all times, ensure that you're doing the right thing to avoid these kind of scenarios happening to you. So at all times, we expect that you should exhibit the permit at your workplace. You should have the latest edition of rules and regulations of all the applicable legislation, evidence of adequate provisions for carrying out installation works. So depending on the kind of works you have, you should have the right equipment, you should have the right storage facilities, among others. The right means of transportation of this equipment, so all that is key. Then suitability of the business premises, where you're conducting your operations. How are you storing the materials? So availability of suitable instruments to be able to carry out the recognized tests. Once you finish doing your works, you know that you need to carry out certain tests, so you should be able to have all the necessary equipment available to you in whichever manner you choose to get this equipment, but you should be able, most importantly, to be in position to carry out these tests. So while we were doing monitoring of the works that you've been doing, there are a number of vices, I should say, that we have noted, and we expect that from today forth, after this engagement, we will not have a monitoring and be able to see these things happening again. Because now maybe we're just telling you, this could be like a caution notice. The next time, disciplinary action will just be taking effect, because I don't see why else you should be able to continue doing some of these things that are illegal and pose safety threats to our consumers. So, first we've noticed that some of you, the Class X companies, you get Class B permit holders, you pay them off, a one-off, and you never get to see them ever again. So who are the people who are actually doing the works? Company staff. So do these company staff have permits? So they have permits, yeah? So some have permits and some don't have permits.
Others are trainees.
Others are trainees. So these ones who have permits, why aren't you putting, because you see the essence of us telling you that you should present representatives. We want that you get those employees who are going to be liable to the works of the company, the ones that are going to supervise the works of the company. So why are you getting some random Class B people out there, paying them off to represent, and yet the people that are actually, yet you have employees who have these Class B permits? Why don't you front those Class B permits who are employees? Who? Get better paying jobs. Okay, so that is one case scenario. Is that always the case scenario? Can we confirm that in every case you're actually, the ones you fronted at are, yes, in some cases. Yes. So, but then we don't want to find those cases because we know that it is prominent and it has been happening. You get these Class B permit holders and you don't even engage them in, if we try to find out how many projects they've supervised of yours, you might find cases where some of them have not even supervised even one project, but you just acquired them and you know that this is happening. So we don't expect such things to be happening. We expect that your companies should have staff within there that actually have these Class B permits, Class A permits, and they're the ones supervising the works, and they are liable for the works that are being held in the company. So we don't expect you to be using people that do not have permits. Now, also we noticed a case where your documentation is not aligned to the established procedures. So in these cases, we note that the drawings, you're supposed to have the as-built drawings, you're supposed to have the commissioning reports, you're supposed to have, but we've noticed cases where we check on your project, we ask you, where is the as-built drawing? It doesn't even exist. We ask you for the commissioning tests that were carried out, what were the results that were obtained, and this information is nowhere. So this is something you should take note of, that for all the projects you do, we want to have you doing proper documentation, because this ensures also quality assurance. So we should be able to have and be able to know that, okay, this was the proposed, this is actually the actual, this was the justification for any changes made. So everything should be streamlined, because once you start having issues in your documentation, then it becomes questionable, because there's a lot of things. There's a reason why these documents are supposed to be in place. So don't take this lightly. we're going to continue doing monitoring, and we're going to ask you for these documentations, and you should be able to produce them, because these documents are actually very important. Yes. So also we've noticed cases where you issue notification of completion certificates to the clients without necessarily completing the works. This one has been common to domestic installations of that nature. And you find that someone actually gives a client a completion certificate, the client applies for power, the surveyor comes on ground, and there has never been wiring done. And this has been quite common.
On that issue, you will find that the client purchased all the materials. As you're doing the wiring bit, someone comes tomorrow and steals the materials. So at the time the surveyor comes to house is empty. All the way, like in case of vandalism. Yes. So that's also a challenge because yeah, you might say we need today, but I mean we faced it. Yet I finished the work. About 80% of us will face that day. Yeah.
Okay, so what you're trying to say is that 80% of installations in people's houses, residential, are being vandalized.
Vandalism is not outside. It is not only outside, but also internal. Okay. Even the sky that you've left on the ground connects with other people and then they take another way.
Actually, we have to get this challenge there. What you need to say is saying you will not get another certificate. You will not be given another certificate. So you need to say that's a problem there. Maybe later.
Okay. So we've had cases, yes, there could be a few cases where what you're saying is accurate, that the wiring, maybe, but I would say that actually these are the fewer cases, because we have noticed that the percentage of which we find these cases is really high, and it cannot amount to the level of vandalism you're saying in the houses. Yes, those cases happen, we acknowledge that, but majority of the cases, even when you talk to the client confirms that the wire person has never wired the house. They didn't wire it, and that what actually they say is that they wanted to apply, and while the application is waiting, while the surveyor is coming, they will be wiring, such that they can save time. That is what we have gotten. That's the information we've obtained. Yeah, and you think that, okay, let us be applying for the connection, we give you the completion certificate, you'll be applying. By the time those people come, we will be done wiring your house. That is the information we've obtained from the clients. That's the rationale you're giving them. And that is extremely illegal. You cannot be doing that.
Actually, on that very thing, it's like you have a car that has a breakdown, yeah? And you find the traffic officer asks you to replace a tire. You get to the garage, like where you require to replace 4 tires. You get to the garage and you only have money for 2 tires. So you replace only 2 and get back on the road. So it's the same thing here. As you're doing the wiring, the customer tells you, you know what, how about you just install a bulb and 1 socket? As I get the money, we'll complete the wiring. You just submit in the application. So in other words, in partial installation.
Yeah. So partial installation is actually extremely illegal, because how do you wire someone's house? There is no earthing done, because we have seen cases. Because if you understand what a completion certificate means, yes? By the time you issue a completion certificate, you're trying to say that you have done the work. The work that you have done is satisfactory. It meets all required standards, including safety. Okay? You're not posing a risk to this customer, because those agencies you're talking about, for us, they're not agency. If they're not urgent in any way, if this customer is not safe. You can't tell me that because the customer told you I have no money for earthing, let us be having the installation. Yes. Okay. So let's talk about the case scenarios we've encountered. Yes? We've encountered cases of partial installations, there is no earthing done, and there is a completion certificate that has been issued. So those are the cases I'm actually talking about. Those are the cases I'm talking about.
Let's allow the presenter to present, then we shall have a time to ask our questions or make our responses to the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So what we have observed in the field, we've observed cases where completion certificates are issued, there is no earthing that has been done. You go on site. So while someone issues a completion certificate, you are trying to say that I have done this wiring, I commit that as the wire person, this work is complete. So should we come and we find that anything is still missing, then we can actually hold you liable. So for no reason should the wire person compromise and be like, maybe the customer is in a hurry, maybe. The customer will say very many things, but you're the people who are supposed to advise them, because you're the people who understand how critical this completion of the installation is. The customer might not actually be very knowledgeable. They think, I think as long as I have my bulb, it's okay. Put for me the bulb. So they'll give you instructions. But do not, if it is going to cause a safety risk to the client, you're not supposed to just keep taking instructions from them when you see that there is a risk of safety. So you're the one supposed to actually advise these clients on what is right. So we've found cases where there's no earthing done, wiring is not done, there is no meter box, and there are completion certificates issued, and the percentage is very high. Yes, a few cases have been seen where it's vandalism, but majority of the cases we interact with the customers, it is not a case of vandalism. And when we investigate further, we note that usually they do this hoping that as we apply, we shall be wiring. And now, actually, when you do this, you also cause a loss, a financial loss to the customer, because you're going to give them a completion certificate, work is not complete, they will make payment for the surveyor has come, done his work, of course it's going to fail. It will be a failed inspection. Then again, the client has to look for money afresh to be able to go through the whole process afresh. Sometimes some of the wire persons actually disappear. They disappear, and now the client has to look for another wire person to come in and do the wiring afresh. And that is another cost to have them come and complete the job that you didn't complete. So for this reason, apart from the cases of vandalism, there shouldn't be any other reason for which you issue a completion certificate when the work is partial. That is what we expect of you. Then also we've experienced some unethical practices that are taking place on the network, and we expect that we shouldn't be seeing any of these. So also when we talk about standards, you shouldn't be compromising on the standard of work that you are doing. Yeah. So when we check on the installations you've been doing, we've noted that some of you do not observe the standards in place. You can find that maybe the protection is not done well, that it has burnt. You find that maybe you're not putting the danger plates on the poles, you're not putting so all standards, the safety standards, and in the works that you're doing, we expect that you should be able to exhibit high levels of standards, and yeah, do not compromise. Maybe you're trying to save money as you're doing the works, but you're compromising on safety. We don't expect to see that happening. So also there have been cases where we note that there are inconsistencies. Those are the unethical practices. There are inconsistencies in documentation. The documentation could show that the contractor replaced the entire scheme, the poles, all the schemes were replaced. That's the documentation we are getting. When we get on site and we actually check the projects, you note that probably they just replaced a few poles, maybe the ones that were really doing badly off. But documentation is showing that all poles on the scheme were replaced. So some of these are what we are calling the unethical practices. We don't expect you to be doing these kinds of things. So we will expect that once we have let your documentation align to what we're actually seeing on ground. Then there are cases, you shouldn't be trying to save money at the cost of your ethical integrity. Then cases of poor workmanship, the way you lay your cables, the way you do your terminations. We've also seen that somewhere, sometimes things are lacking, so you need to also polish up in that area. We have had cases where sourcing of materials that is in the attached receipts is not matching the labels that are of the actual materials used on ground. We actually, in our inspections, we found a case where the receipt was showing that this pole was obtained from Kampala Pole Treatment Plant. You get on ground and the pole tag there is showing that it's a rare pole. So such discrepancies, they speak volumes. We don't expect some of these things happening. Yes. Then also some of you have little control of ownership of the works that you're doing. You should be okay. So yes, I've presented on a number of issues that we have seen, and let's expect that maybe after this forum, this is the last we are hearing of these vices. Okay. Okay, so we expect that after this, we don't expect to see these vices, and after this presentation, we shall also invite manager legal services to speak more into the consequences of us continuously finding these things in our monitoring. Yeah, so finally, I think we shall have a time for Q&A. We will. Okay. So on this last point where we're talking about ownership of works, we're saying that this, you should be able to be liable for the works that you are doing, okay? So you should work in a manner that you know that as you are doing the works, you are going to be held liable to the works that you are doing. And that is why we're going to have some complementary discussion on the consequences from the manager legal services of the works that you're doing.
Maybe let me give an example so that you can appreciate. Someone has a company X permit. They get work from a client and they say that I want you to come and install power, extend power for maybe 2 poles. They go and hire another person. You see, the company permit holders, the company X, a managing director may not necessarily be a permit holder. A permit holder either class A or B. And those are some of the things we want to change in the new law you're going to see, because we have been facing such things. So one, it's a managing director, but they hire people. So they probably had 2 people they used to register that company, and maybe they don't want to use them. We don't know what happens. Then they go and look for someone, maybe someone B, who has a class D, because this maize plant, maybe a class D can do what, can wear it. So they call on this person to come and do this work. The person does work, and when we ask them, why did you do such shoddy work, says, maybe I didn't even find the materials, the man didn't do this. So this person has little control. That's what she's trying to explain. So they end up doing, but the real person who got this contract is this manager of company X. He's not a permit holder, and this person you called on to do the works, they probably do shoddy works. Maybe like there is little control because they are not even in touch of the client. Because we had a scenario and we asked the person, did you ask the client what exactly they want? He said, I didn't even see the client. So you understand the issue? Yeah, so that is what we are talking about.
Okay. Thank you very much for that supplement. So further to this, on 17th April, yes, we did have a meeting with you, mainly the Class X contractors, and you raised a number of issues and concerns, and we do acknowledge that we received these concerns relating to a number of issues. There were those related to poles, the cost of poles, the challenges in securing the NTPs and the shutdowns, challenges within your work operations, the work ethics of the people, commissioning costs, you hinted on that, meters, the issue of the 2.5%, you talked about the challenges in the transformer testing. There were a couple of issues you raised, yeah, the detail of which we captured, and the management of ERA has further scheduled a meeting with UDCL on this, where we're going to discuss further and be able to elaborate on these issues and come up with actionable solutions for these. So it is something that is also being addressed. Yeah. So from
on that last slide, I know that most of your expectations hinge around the issues that were raised in that meeting. I'm not sure whether UEDCL has come. Probably they could try to shed some light on a few. But in order not, yes, so when that time comes, they'll be able to shed some light on a few issues. But what we do not want is to turn this meeting into something that we already planned for and we had time for you to discuss. We want to keep it high level and give us time to provide our solutions to the issues that you raised then. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And now I'll invite the Manager Legal Services to give some further clarification on the consequences of the actions. Otherwise, thank you so much.
Thank you, Faith. I'm Lisbeth Komjuni. I just want to speak to this section on Class X companies paying off permit holders to represent them. I want us to just be aware that because you have a permit, you're actually regulated. And being regulated sometimes comes with consequences. Now, our Electricity Act provides for something called false information. If you put in an application for a permit and have representatives on that application just as a checkbox, you're providing false information knowingly, and that is an offense under the Electricity Act. I just wanted us to be aware. We are not in a sector where you can, check off. As long as I have this permit, then I'll apply for this contract that I saw. I have a permit, that is it. No, having a permit is not enough. A permit comes with responsibilities. Responsibilities associated with professionalism, responsibilities associated with accuracy of information, compliance, and standards that Faith has highlighted. Now we have a code specifically for utilities. Let me mention this so that you don't say that you are doing witch-hunting when the time comes. The reality is, with regulation, when the vice becomes a lot, you must act. And you don't know who's going to be the first, maybe example. It cannot continue. So I want to highlight this, and in the next presentations from legal, we'll have something on vandalism, something on the new regulations that we are proposing, but this is in the current law. It is in the current law, it is in the regulations, so it can be implemented any second. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Faith, for the presentation. So I expect that we have taken keen note of what has been presented when it comes to the quality of works and safety, because safety has to be adhered to 100%. There is no compromise on safety. When a person gets an incident on the network, it is most likely that we will lose them, and we do not want to lose people. We do not want to lose equipment because it is very expensive to restore such equipment. So when it comes to quality of works, we expect that you are going to comply to the standards 100%. We expect that you are going to use qualified personnel, only those that have been certified by ERA to work on your networks will be the ones that we expect to find performing works on the various jobs that you get. We expect that you are going to use the right materials and the right equipment on your network. We do not expect that you are going to improvise so that the job gets done. You have to ensure that you use the right materials and the right equipment. We expect that you adhere to all the right installation practices issues to do with earthing. Many times you do works on the network, we go and we check the earthing, and the earthing values are very poor. The sizing of the cables, sometimes the quotation is different, but when you go on ground, you find the scope of those has changed. You have improvised. The labeling, as she has talked about it, attention to detail, connection, those tight terminations, we need to find all that in place when we come on ground. And before you hand over the job, ensure that you have really tested it and it is safe and able to do the job that it is intended to do. The testing must be rigorous before energization to ensure that everybody, whoever will ever encounter that installation, will remain safe at all times, and equipment as well. So I hope we have picked something. I request that you keep writing down your questions so that when that time comes, we will just go through them. We will go to the next presentation by the legal. We are going to have a presentation on vandalism. Okay, we are going to have a little swap. We'll present on the progress of draft IPC regulations 2025. Then we'll end on the vandalism. Good morning once again. It's already afternoon. Okay. In the meantime, if I'm going to make this presentation, it's very important because some of the questions that I have here were, all the expectations were to the effect that what you want to see what is in that draft IPC regulation. So I'm going to make a presentation on the highlights, some of the changes that we are making in this new regulation. But we have a working team, so if you came late and you haven't yet taken something, you can walk slowly outside there, get a working tea, and we can continue. Okay, so we have the installation permits regulations of 2018. That is the document, the regulations that are in place right now. But over time, we have held these conferences. We hold this conference after every 2 years. If you don't come here, we have called the other permit holders who are Class C and Class D. But we have engaged you severally. And we have received a lot of comments in regards to some of the issues that you raised with us. And those are some of the issues that we have proposed and we have included in our new regulation. So some of them, we had very many comments or suggestions to the effect that we need to revise the timelines for validity of an installation permit. Some people are saying that this permit ends every year, you know, then you have to renew it. So some people thought that, well, what if we extend the period?
And we considered that as one of the changes that are going to be made. So there's going to be, we have made provisions to increase the duration of validity of a permit issued to 3 years. That is, but still maintaining an option of the validity period for 1 year. So just like you see a driving permit, you can opt to pay for 3 years or 5 years. So if you want to have the permit extend for 3 years, you pay more. We were basically just getting that cost, and you pay ×3. And if you're saying for me, and I'm just going to work for this 1 year, and then next year I'm going to be somewhere else, or I'm going to be engaged in something else, then you pay for 1 year. So we have proposed that there's choice of renewal for either 1 year or 3 years will be left to the discretion of the permit holder, and the IPC will in turn focus on increasing the activities of monitoring. It's a lot of work for us every year where we have to renew your permits. So we have taken that into consideration, and it's one of the proposals, one of the amendments in the new. Actually, we are repealing the whole law because there's so much that we thought we need to change, and we were advised by the Solicitor General that that would imply a repeal of the law. So the reason is definitely to ensure compliance and for us to be able to do more monitoring. Then the choice to maintain an option for 1 year considered. We have considered issues like expatriates that would only desire to work within Uganda on projects and do not want, the projects are not spanning for more than 1 year. Then the choice to maintain an option for 1 year is also to consider other persons that may not have the financial capability to pay for more than 1 year. Someone may say, no, I don't have that money. So you pay for 1 year, and then next year you get your money, you pay again. Then the other reason was to consider the requests from wire persons that we have received over time, like I said, on the very many forums that we've had. So the validity period was meant to exceed, not to exceed 3 years, to ensure that the wire persons that are no longer practicing electrical installations are not considered to be active within the IPC database. So usually when you look at our website, you will see that the people that you put there are the people that are practicing in that year. But our database has a bigger number. So usually when we say that the number of wire persons are around 5,000, the people who have gotten permits are more than that. But we consider the people that are currently practicing and have renewed their permits. So there are persons that would have passed on within that period. Sometimes we don't know that the person has actually passed on. So it's very hard for us to even, So we also want you to be able to clear our database when we change that. Then we also considered a new provision to include more permit classes for specialty purposes. We sit on this permit, on these interviews, and sometimes someone just wants to do industrial works. And that's all they want to do. They don't want to go into buildings. But currently, our Class C provides that if you want a Class C, we shall interview you on industrial works and interview you on buildings. Now, sometimes the person doesn't even know, and someone will fail because they don't want to do buildings, and they're not into that. They're just into factories and they're doing industrial works. So we have tried to break down these permits so that we allow for speciality. We allow for you to say, I'm just going to work in a factory, and for this period of time, I'm just going to have this permit. That is the reason. So, one, we have seen a need for a field in machines and drives, which is currently a subset of Class C. This proposed Class ZM for machines and drives is intended to cater for the persons that work in factories or handle installations with motors, but may not be undertaking works in installation of commercial buildings, like I have said. So we have a new class called ZM. It is under C. So it's going to be basically catering for those machines and drives, and if you want to only do that, that class of permit will be able to take care of you. So the justification is that There are persons working on machines may not always get opportunity or exposure to work on high-rise buildings. And I think that is true, and we have received that feedback from you. That definitely which may hinder their chances of acquiring it. And people have missed out on that class of permit because the law requires that you must have experience in both. If you don't, we end up failing you because you don't have that experience. So another reason is that the where persons, however, may have the expertise to work on motors within the factory setting for which they are employed, and would thus be required to have an installation permit to handle the machines. Now, there are very many people out there in the factories, and before they didn't think that they need a permit. But they need a permit. So for them, they are there working on machines. But what happens if they work and tomorrow that factory gets burnt? Who's liable? So our duty is to ensure that we protect consumers. That is one of the functions that we have been provided for in the Electricity Act. That is our mandate. So we want to also make sure that the person who's in the factory only working on machines has a permit. And we have interviewed them and we can satisfy ourselves that this person can actually do this work effectively. So that was the other reason. We have a new permit. We have broken down these company permits. XL, XM, XH, and XS. Now, XL will stand for large, low voltage works limited to 415 volts, which would require the representative of the company to have a minimum class of permit of Class C. We have also, someone else here in the expectation told us that how do they organize themselves. Now, we have also realized that people want to get a company permit, but our requirements as of now is that you must have a Class A or a Class B. But what if I want a company permit for just doing, buildings? I want to start up a company and we're going to just basically specialize in doing commercial buildings. That's all. We don't want to build lines, we don't want to do anything. So that permit is going to cater for you. Then we have XH company permit for high voltage works where one or both of the representatives possess a Class A permit or Class A. That is very clear, XH. So now we are trying to differentiate them so that we allow those that are doing, only on high voltage lines, allow medium, allow this Class C and also the Class Ds to be able to get. So we have XM for medium voltage works where the representatives possess Class B. So you're going to work on high voltage, you just want to work on medium 3311. Those are the medium voltages. So there we shall be giving you a Class XM permit. Now we have a Class XS for specialized fields of work such as solar companies. In this case, the two representatives of the company should possess Class Z permits in the specialized field intended to be carried out. Now, Class Z is our specialized permit. So we give it to people in solar, people who are into generation. So there are people who have companies. We know that there are people who have companies for solar, basically solar. And the people they employ are only people who are doing solar. So the kind of permit that we want to issue for that company is the XS company permit. Now if you have questions, I want you to note them down so that we capture them and all of us are good finally when the law comes out. Then there are noted cases where companies have sought to acquire an installation permit to conduct strictly domestic and commercial. I've already explained that, and that was the reason for our breaking them down. These companies would also state that it would be expensive for the company to hire a Class A or B permit holder, and yet Class C permit holders are well qualified to handle installations not exceeding 415 volts. So that was the other reason that we decided to break them down. So because for a company, as of now, the requirement was that you must have a Class A permit holder or Class B. But I mean, for classes, they say that these Class A's, you people for Class A and B, are very expensive. You charge them a lot of money. Is that true? Okay, so we are breaking it down. Then there are companies that specialize in work such as solar. I've already explained that. That would require employment of persons with a Class Z permit in solar installations, and thus the company may not need to hire Class A or B permit holders. So we have a new provision. We propose that one director in the company should be either class A for works on high voltage works network above 33 kV or B permit holder for works on the distribution network for class XH and XM. On director in the class XL and XC should be a class C or Z permit holder. So you understand the justification. The proposal will ensure that the technical input and requirements are catered for, as the technical personnel will be part of the decision-making team in the company. You remember the scenario that I gave you? We have very many people who are just businessmen. They come, they start up a company, they go and hire you. And they put you in their company. You have no say. This is the man, this businessman is the owner of the company. And we have realized that there are very many challenges. When we find works that have poorly done, then we call the permit holder, and the permit holder said, I'm not even aware that works were done, and that the company I'm representing is the one that is doing it. So now we want liability to actually be taken by a permit holder, because you know the kind of works, and we expect that you're supervising these works when you get these jobs. So we want to deal with businessmen. We want them to just go and do business in goods and services, but not electrical issues, because electrical matters, there are safety issues, and we want the people who are technical in those areas to be the ones to work on them. Okay, so I hope you agree with us. You don't agree with us? Yeah, okay, but we have reasons why, and like I explained, that we shall still listen to your reasons. So with the new proposals, we expect efficiency from the permit holders and effective monitoring from the committee. So that is it. They are not so. You see, those are the new provisions we have made. The rest of the document that we have is, we have just rearranged it, the process of application. So we have attachments on how this process is going to be done. And we believe that we should be able to see an effective industry, electricity supply industry, with some of these changes. So now if you have questions, please jot them down properly, and then we shall be taking them in before I go to my next presentation.
Thank you, Charlotte. Faith, you wanted to make some additional remarks on this presentation. Please come.
Josephine? Thank you, Charlotte, for that insightful presentation. Just to augment onto the presentation made earlier, a few more of the changes that are going to be made in the regulation is to the Installation Permits Committee, we shall include a representative of either generation or transmission companies and also a representative of the National Building Review Board. And so those will be the additional representations that we shall have in the Installation Permits Committee. Then we shall also have the technical qualifications. For old regulation 11 talked about Master Craftsman Certificate, but we know that right now we are currently issuing national certificates. And yes, well as it's not issued anymore, the Master Craftsman Certificate, it is still a valid document, and yes, we shall recognize it, but we also needed to incorporate the current academic qualifications, like the national certificate, which it has now evolved to. So yes, that is one of the other changes that we are looking into with the new regulation. Yes. Then we're also looking at Regulation 11.3, which talked about a company shall not be granted a permit under these regulations unless it employs persons with qualifications that it specifies. And these qualifications were initially focused on the company completely being working up to the medium voltage and high voltage works. And so the qualifications required as a minimum were also at that level. So this amendment is just to accommodate the new proposed classes, like the Class X, which is going to be for low voltage works. And so we put qualifications that also equate to that level of low voltage works, like the Class C qualifications. Then number 8, we'll look at, that one is just to really modify to an application shall be in writing and shall be submitted to the committee. So we just made a few amendments there to allow for the current applications that are made digitally and online. That is what that provision is taking care of. Then when we go to number 9, we're looking at, yes, it's still the same, still looking into the requirement to have the application even in digital form, since currently we're submitting them digitally. So it's to accommodate that. Then, yes, number 10 and 11 are talking about the classes. Maybe let me first take you down to, let's just project, just to get, Charlotte already talked about the classes. So maybe now we shall show you the new classes here. Class M remains as is, Class B. Then Class C, we shall still have Class C, which, okay, so my focus is on the ones that are changing, and that is why I've scrolled down to that part, and I've scrolled away from A and B because there are no changes happening with the A and B. So let's put our focus on where the amendments are happening. So that is why I've scrolled into this slide. So this particular slide, we have Class C, which we will still have a Class C, which will allow for electrical installation works, including installations in domestic and multi-storied flats and other bungalows, mansions of complex design, commercial buildings, and works of up to 6.6 kV only. So Class C will actually go up to 6.6 kV and not the former 415 volts. The reason we're doing this is because we know that there are actually factories that have voltages that exceed 415, and we can have up to 6.6 kV in those factory settings. So we're trying to accommodate that. And then the qualification will still be a minimum of a national certificate in electrical part, or a craft part 3, or what we were calling previously as a master craftsman part 3, and a minimum of 2 years hands-on experience. And then the breakdown now, we shall have Class C1 and Class C2. Now, Class C1 will be for domestic and industrial installation works of up to 6.6 kV. And the minimum qualification will still be the same, national certificate and a minimum of 2 years experience, 2 years of experience. So this one is catering for people that have, they are majorly focused in factory work, but they're not doing works on the other side of the commercial. Then Class C2 will be for domestic and commercial electrical installation works. Yeah, that is in the flats, the commercial or complex design, and commercial buildings of low voltage below 1 kV. So in this case, yes, these are just focused, they're not working in the industrial setting. So if someone possesses a Class C, because we have a C up here, you realize and note that it actually combines C1 and C2. So if someone has a C, it means for them they actually have the ability to handle both. So if you have the ability to handle both, you're not specializing, you get a Class C. But if you want to stay on either side, based on, because this is based on your experience. Yes, the qualifications are the same, but the experience bit is very important to know where you fall. Class D remains the same. And then now we discuss the Class Zs, because that is where the amendments are. We shall have specialized fields, including large solar power plants, large hydro power plants. Then we also have the small solar power plants and small hydro power plants with a national certificate and a minimum of 2 years hands-on experience. So we also have this is to cater for, actually this should be for the large solar, large hydro, where we have the national certificate. Then we have centralized cooling and refrigeration, installation and maintenance of generator sets and switchgear installation with a minimum of a national certificate and at least 1 year's experience. Then we shall also have the small solar systems and small hydro systems. So for the large solar, the minimum was a national certificate, but now for the small ones, the minimum will be a level 1 or 2 craftsman certificate in electrical installation or national certificate in automotive mechanics or its equivalent. So yeah, in this case, even level 1 and 2 for the small solar is sufficient. Then we are also introducing a Class Z for e-mobility and battery energy storage systems. That is to cater for the new technology that has come on board, that probably we've all seen around. And so those that are dealing in EVs will be taking on this class. And the minimum qualification will be a national certificate in electrical installation, maintenance or systems, or a level 3 craftsman certificate, and a minimum of 1 year experience for someone to possess this class of permit. Yes, which will cover that new technology. Then we have Class Z for instrumentation and control, where we will expect a minimum of a diploma in electrical, industrial, telecom, mechanical, automotive, power, computer engineering, and downstream petroleum operations with a minimum of 1 year's experience. So those are the changes we're going to have in line with our permit classes. So I think I'll just now scroll up because it was like giving a summary of the 9 and 10. It was elaborating further. And then we shall also have the classes. Okay, come to the X. We've discussed the Class Z provisions. Charlotte already earlier hinted on the validity of the permit. And then, yes, we need proof of at least 2 employees who are holders of the classes required for the representatives as stated. Yeah, so this is also due to the proposed new class categories which require permit classes for the representatives to be different because the former regulation was tying it to Class A or B. So the amendment in this regulation 16 is basically to cater for representatives for the other classes like the class XL, which will be for low voltage, to allow for the class C representatives. That is the goal of that amendment. Then also, for the company permit, the accompaniments of it, the regulation says certified copy of the certificate of incorporation, proof of employees, ability to undertake works and trading license. So here we are augmenting that with a safety manual. We'll expect you to submit that. Tax registration certificate, company memoranda, and articles of association. So then we're also adding a regulation that requires a company permit representative to represent only one company at a time, to allow them focus on supervision of the projects conducted by the company, since they will be held liable for these works. Then also we have Regulation 16.6, where we're adding a new provision that an applicant that has been subjected to an installation permit interview and has passed the interview will make payment of the permit fees within a period of 1 month from the interview date. Yeah, because we need to have a limit to this time period. By the time someone comes for the permit interview, they should be really ready to be able to get this permit, and they should be in position and they are ready. By the time they apply, they should be ready. And if we leave it open, that means someone can do the interview, and then they come back after 2 years and they make payment, which we need to have a limit to. Yes, so yes, if we leave it open, then the committee can no longer guarantee ability of the person to conduct works for which they were assessed very many years ago. Because if it's open, even someone can come after 5 years. So we also added a new regulation on conflict of interest, where we have persons that are employed by authorities and licensees not being eligible. We don't want cases where you have a licensee where they have a permit maybe to conduct Class B works, and then the same permit is the surveyor who's going to go and inspect his own works which he conducted, and he's the same person approving his own works. Or in the same case of Class B, he's working for a licensee, he's the one who is going to do the project and then come back and be the same person to commission his own project. So in that case, they would be conflicted. So we needed to take care of that. Then finally, there was just, this is just a table tabulating the Class X, but those ones were already earlier hinted on, where we shall have XH for high voltage works with the Class A permit holders, and then the requirements that we talked about earlier. Then X for medium voltage, which will have 2 Class B permit holders representing it. Then XS is for specialized fields. That one helps you to cover the cases of solar, where a company is just conducting solar works, and that is where they're specialized, where they will have the Class Z. And then XL, that is for low voltage works of not exceeding 6.6 kV. So in this case, we will have the representatives having Class C permits. Not C1, not C2, but Class C. Class C, the one that can actually cover all works, because we want this permit to actually cater for all the cases of the low voltage works, allowing the company to be able to conduct those. Yeah. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Faith, for the additional presentation on this matter. I'm hoping that we are noting down any information or additional information that you might want, or any areas of clarification that you might want. We'll have that session afterwards. So at this point, we are going to take a 10 minutes break. We have only one presentation remaining. When you come back, we will go through that presentation, and then we will go through the Q&A session. Only 10 minutes. We are breaking off at 12:43, so we should be back at 12:53. So So we shall go for lunch after we are done with the Q&A, and then we'll be done with the conference. Thank you.
I'm going to be making a presentation on vandalism, which has become very rampant. You said they even vandalize materials in your home. This was the first time I was hearing that. So vandalism of electricity infrastructure basically is a deliberate act to destroy, damage, or theft involving power lines, transformers, substations, and other electrical assets. And this activity, which is an illegal activity, threatens national development by disrupting our power supply to homes, industries, and essential services. Vandalism can be financially motivated, such as copper theft, or ideologically driven, such as during protests. Both result in major disruptions and costly repairs. We've been at this vandalism issue for a very long time, and we established that there are those that vandalize these lines for purposes of scrap. They'll take them back to the factories, and then the factories use them as materials for their products. So what are the impacts? Power outages affecting our homes, hospitals, businesses, economic loss, increased repair and security costs, public safety risks. So each act of vandalism sets off a chain reaction. So families are left without light, hospitals struggle. People even die in hospitals because of power outages. Small businesses will lose revenue, and in some cases it has led to fires. We have seen fatalities, and we have seen some electrocutions that come with vandalism. So what are the preventive measures? There are many ways in which we can curb this vandalism. One is community policing and neighborhood watch. This has been ongoing. We have the way we have those structures right from the LC3, the DISO, the chairman, in all the areas. They are aware, and they try to curb this vandalism. We have also seen cases where they have reported to us. Some of those cases have been prosecuted. UETCL has tried to use some modern security systems to be able to curb vandals. It's a very expensive venture, but it's also something that has been looked at as a measure to curb this vandalism. Then we have also been doing a lot of public awareness campaigns. And when we bring these presentations, because you are our people who are down there, who see these things that happen, you also face this vandalism. You're a contractor, you start up your line, before you know it, they have vandalized it. And you cannot actually finish the job. So we call upon everyone to be involved in curbing this vandalism. Then definitely stricter laws and penalties. We are going to look at some of the laws that have been changed to curb this vandalism, and definitely quick response teams. So the role of stakeholders, government, police and enforcement. Government came up very strongly, and the law was amended to give very huge and heavy penalties for the people who are involved in the vandalism. Utility companies also are supposed to engage, that is in terms of maintenance and security, making sure that the network is not vandalized. Then we definitely have the communities. They play a very big role by reporting and being vigilant, and they've been doing that. Then there is a bit of education and awareness. So the vandalism cannot be done alone. Government cannot do it alone, citizens cannot do it alone, but it can only be done with a coordinated approach, and we believe that that is what can work. Now, the provisions, the first provision in the Electricity Act is Section 91 that clearly provides for installation of electrical wiring, and it states that a person shall not install any electrical wiring or extension to existing wiring on any premises without obtaining an installation permit issued by the authority. So everyone that goes to do any installations must have a permit. And anyone who contravenes that section commits an offense and is liable to conviction to a fine not exceeding 20 currency points or to imprisonment over a term not exceeding 2 years or both. 20 currency points is 20,000, 20 times 20,000. That is the penalty, that's the shillings, the equivalent of the shillings. So we also have a provision on offenses by corporate bodies. Most of you, the company holders, company permit holders, your corporate bodies. And this one was included to be able to get liability for people, also corporate companies, to be liable. So where an offence committed by a corporate body is proved to have been committed with the consent or connivance of it, or to be attributable to any neglect on the part of the director, manager, secretary, or other similar office of the body corporate, or any person who was purported to act in any such capacity, he or she, as well as the body corporate, commits that offence and is liable to be prosecuted and punished accordingly. Meaning that what happens, we find there's like maybe someone has installed without a permit, we'll get the director, we'll get the secretary, so you're liable. Companies are usually not, in civil, are not liable. You have to lift the veil and get the person. But here in criminal, the law is very clear. So you'll be arraigned and you'll be charged. So an individual who commits an offence under that section is liable to conviction to 20 currency points or imprisonment not exceeding 10 years or both. Now we have here this section which clearly provides for interference of meters, works for public lamps. Then there are very many categories where someone cuts, removes, takes away, transfers an electric supply line, material, public lamp, a tower, pole, or any other installation or site where it may be stored or situated, including during transportation, without the consent of the licensee or the owner. The person commits an offence. The one whom we find storing in his premises materials, electric meter, without the consent of the licensee or owner, the one who moves it from one place to another, that is any electric supply line, material meter, or public lamp without the consent of the licensee or owner, and the one who without authorization connects any meter indicator or apparatus with an electrical supply line through which electricity is supplied by a licensee, or disconnects a meter, indicator, or apparatus from any electrical line. So you have someone who calls you to come to their home, you are not the licensee, but because you know that you know how to connect the meter, you go there. If you do it, you commit an offence. Now let's see the penalty. We're going to see it later. So there is also theft. You know, before we used to struggle prosecuting these cases because we just want and charge the person under the Penal Code Act. The Penal Code Act didn't have a very heavy penalty. So the new Electricity Act clearly brings out theft where a person taps, makes or causes to be made any connection with overhead, underground, underwater lines or cables or services or service facilities of a licensee. So you're not a licensee, you're just a permit holder, so you go to someone, you start diverting cables. That is an offense. A person who tampers with a meter, installs or uses a current reversing transformer, loops, connection or other device or method which interferes with accurate or proper registration, calibration or metering of electric current. So some people may be conniving with business people. Say, VDCL is charging a lot. But this tariff is too high. Let us just tamper with the meter. That is an offense. And if you find out that you're the one that helped the customer to do it, because the customer doesn't know how to do that, but he calls you, says, I know this guy is an electrician, has a permit even, let him come. So that's an offense. So someone who tampers with a meter, damages or destroys an electricity meter apparatus, or allows any of them to be so damaged or destroyed as to interfere with the proper or accurate metering of electricity, to obstruct, consume or use electricity. And this person commits an offense and is liable in commission to a fine not exceeding 20,000 currency points, or imprisonment not exceeding 10 years or both. 20,000 times 20,000 is how much? How much? So that is what you're supposed to pay as a fine, but you can also pay both. The law says so. So this is the general penalty. We talked about all the other offenses, tampering. So this is the penalty. So it says a person convicted of an offense under this act for which no penalty is expressly provided is on conviction liable to a fine not exceeding 50,000 currency points, or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 12 years, or both in case of a continuing offense to a fine not exceeding 500 currency points for every day or part of a day during which the offense continues. So 50,000 times 20,000 is how much? It's 1 billion. So that is the amount of money that someone is supposed to pay when you find them in those acts. Or you serve 12 years in imprisonment, or both. You spare the money, you also go and serve 12 years. So, those are the new provisions. So we want you to know about them so that, you know, when someone is good, you also send the message out there that the law is now tough. And we don't expect someone to involve themselves in these acts of vandalism. So vandalism definitely is a national threat. It requires collective effort. That's why we go everywhere and we talk about it. Because we know that government cannot deal with it alone. We also engage, consumers are also told about it, so that everyone is aware. Everyone has a role to play, and therefore we must shift our perspective. Electricity infrastructure is not just property. It's the backbone of modern life, and protecting it protects our future. So, thank you for listening. That's it about vandalism. We know that you know very many ways in which we commit these offenses. And our desire is that you will share with us and also give us ways in which we can curb this vandalism. Like I said, it's a collective effort that all of us can be able to deal with. Thank you once again.
Okay, so thank you, Charlotte. Thank you for that presentation. We now go to the last part of this conference. Other information that you think or feel for this engagement, please feel free to inform us or to ask or to speak about it. Our request is that Charlotte or Faith to move the mics. We'll take a few questions and then we'll concentrate on what you have already raised. Thank you.
Thank you, ERA, organizing this thing and the protocols up. My name is Aseliva Peter from Secretary Services Limited, Class A order. Mine is not a question, but it is a comment. I've heard that the current enactment of the law calls for the MD or directors of these, of us, the Class X, that we should be holding a qualification in electrical. I vehemently object to that, because even the current, maybe UEDCL, you have seen companies like Umeme, which didn't have electrical biased trained directors, but they could manage the system, because in the organizational rank, they are those who know electricity and are licensed. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Yes, we have our online presence. I don't know how we are able to, who is monitoring the members online? Josephine, are you able to see our members online? They may be having questions with no one to miss them. Members online, we take note and we thank you for setting aside your time to participate and attend this conference. Thank you. Another question? Charlotte, there's someone here. There's another on the other side.
Good afternoon. Protocol observed. This conference has been biased on the transmission, but I want us to move on to the solar system. I don't know who is, ERA is supposed to levy, to look at the charges or the prices of the electricity, but in the solar system, everybody is making their prices. And I want to know, as you give the licenses to the permits to the installers, then who comes in to check the quality, the tariffs that are being used within the solar systems, because many companies are adopting using solar systems to cut the costs. So I just want to know how is ERA handling this other upcoming energy source. Thank you.
Thank you. Another?
Thank you very much. My name is Meshach Peter Sekaleka, and I as well represent Cable South Civil and Electrical Engineering Limited, Company Limited. First and foremost, I would like to respond to the engineer was in saying that the electrical field can be run by any person. I would as well object to this, because I believe that the purpose of ERA providing permits is to take the technical responsibility regarding this business. And if a director who is knowledgeable takes over and does not even listen to the permit holders representing him in that permit, I would suggest that the permit holders be the dealers. Because there are some effects whereby someone may not know what is going on inside, and he does not want to tell you how do you handle it. And that will make permit X weaker. Because the people responsible to make it strong, in most cases they are not responsible for what is done. Because the other one is just doing business. So I suggest that the permit holders be the dealers, much as they can as well employ. And maybe I have another supplement on all this. Maybe this is a question to ERA, that what financial obligations does ERA predict towards the permit holders regarding purchase of equipment and project management procedures, that is safety, development, lifetime testing and inspection of all buildings. You will find that, yes, you're talking of safety, quality, good performance in electrical engineering practice, but you're not considering the cost of equipment and tools we use. So what provisions, maybe working with banks to help us and purchase these equipments for better performance. Then some clients don't employ qualified electricians, and with this, what legal implications will ERA consider to ensure that the right people do the work? And then challenges in the breakdowns of that is classes which have been breaking out. Sections like this one is industrial, this one is. Some faults from experience may not necessarily come from those particular sections of that person who has done that work. Some faults can come from the grid. And unless you're really knowledgeable to identify these faults, these permit holders may not rectify it. Especially when it comes to earth loop impedance, whereby fault can come from a certain substation transformer right from the consumer and damages all the village equipment. These sectional permits may not be able to handle, and we are likely to have more danger there. Conclusively, let us hope that vandalism enforcement by government will be properly understood by the security personnel assigned. Yesterday, His Excellency said that he's going to equip Honorable Nankabira with enforcement. But you see, who are really doing this vandalism? Are they really thieves or part of us, the contractors? Install and go back and then remove. So the security organs, I hope ERA will work together with them to ensure that proper investigations are always done. Because sometimes these security guys may not have time even to investigate, they just arrest. So we believe that always proper investigation will be in place to ensure that really the wrong person is targeted. Otherwise, innocent people may end up being arrested. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cable Salt. We'll move to this side. If your question has been asked, you could, for the sake of saving time, please, let's stick to what has not been asked. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Richard Nkubikiza, my name, from Power Engineering Limited. I know this first point, they have been talking about it, but may want to provide solution all the way forward, or something you can think about the, having a director or a shareholder with a permit from ERA. You should believe that some businessmen will come up with this company, others after even selling their inherited properties, to open up companies, to pay taxes, what and others. Then you are telling them to give shares to someone because it's holding the what? The permit. We can borrow some ideas from the medical field, like the pharmacies and what, where they say you cannot operate a hospital or a pharmacy without a permit holder from the drug authority. This person is not a shareholder in the company, but you cannot have a company without him or her. You must have someone who is a permit holder, and this person must have a responsibility. There must be regulation for the permit holders. One, you should not represent more than one company, to make them available for these companies. Two, you should even look into their fees, because now they are the one who decides how much, the business owners are the one who decides how much to pay for these people. Let's borrow from the medical side, where they say, please, the minimum is this amount if you want a pharmacist to be in your pharmacy. Now, this person also must have a responsibility. If the monitoring team goes to any client and they found there is some of the work which is done, we must be ready to make a report because it's the one who is responsible. This company is holding it, is having a permit because of him or her, than of enforcing it to the company that someone must have a director or what. You know, most of the engineers, they may not be in a position to establish a company. And you are not going to force a business person, apart from when you have just goes and you switch talk to the other person and gives you shares. But you should not put it as a force, like you are forcing it to businessmen. That's what I wanted to contribute, just to provide a solution on that if we need to move forward. In the presentation from the first presenter, Mr. Kasita, yeah, I really praised, talked to, you have connected this and this. However, mostly we are looking at the metrics of 2023. I don't know by the current of 2025, but we still have challenges in connection. There is a lot of, I don't know, whether you are going to the bus, and even that, sometimes that is causing some vandalism and other legalities, because there is a lot of delay. You find in the connection, you apply for the connection and it takes over 3 months work. That's why you find some customers, they will tell you, please, you know this thing is going to delay. Why don't you first make a completion certificate? As the process moves and you move, because of delay, you wear someone's house, you make a completion certificate, you put the applications, and it takes ages someone to have power. We need to check into that delay. And that's the same case even comes on the commissioning of the lines. You construct a line, that's what causes most of the vandalism. By the way, is facilitating it. You construct a line, you finish that line, you apply for the commissioning of the line, and it takes time, a year, months and months. Then you are giving a gap because this line is not energized. Okay? Now someone's come and tell, as I talk to you now, I'm a victim. They have taken all 1.2 kilometer. It's vandalized in it well. The reason because of delay in commissioning. Okay? That's where I think before even making all these laws and what, let us first check our internal system. These licensed companies, the utilities owners, okay, the distributors, and what, you must check them. Let this line be commissioned in time. You talked again. You talked about IPT. I think again it was Mr. Kasita. I'm asking myself, with the local investors or local companies, how are we going to be considered in this new transmission and what? Unbundling. Because yes, you unbundled the UEP. My dad, the chief engineer, and it's just at this company which I'm representing in 1982. He was there as a big man. But when you are unbundling the UEP, is the one who lost. It went to the what? You considered them the foreigners. Are we going to benefit as local contractors? Two, even last time we talked about it. Sometimes when you are making these packages, the bids, the what, when you want the locals to come and you make it big, where the local contractors or local investors cannot participate. Because if you have something where you need to security over 20 million US dollars, it means you have already ruled me out already. You are calling for the foreigners. Okay? Even those they are not even licensed. Some of them they come with 70% with forged paper documents. But you consider them. I want to know, how are you going to do this? How are you going to make sure that even with the local companies participate into this unbundling of the transmission? And lastly, you talked about direct sales of power. You mentioned about the industrials and what. When you move today in Uganda, we still have virgin areas where there is no power. As power engineering, if I feel I have capacity, can I go to those areas? I establish a plant and I start selling power. Can I give that license in those areas? We generate, and what is the procedures? Okay? Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to take on questions from the online platform. That will also give them an opportunity. So we have some questions from the online platform. When will you EDC remove suspension for contractors not to do extension of AV lines? Some of the requirements shared by UDC for private contractor works include proof of purchase of materials and test certificates of major equipment. However, it's not visible for one to pay for these materials and equipment before notice to proceed with works. Can these requirements be demanded at the time of commissioning? This is because should UMEME advise otherwise in terms of materials to use this will mean the contractor has already incurred losses. Okay, I think some of these questions were raised in the meeting. I request that these presentations be shared at the end. You can share the presentations. If I have a company dealing in all electrical work, different departments, solar, LV, HV, industrial flats, and so on, which class am I supposed to have? You can maintain the class X permit that we've been having. What happens for those who have one class X and work across board and they're supposed to get new permits, XHXS? This is going to make it more costly to hold various classes as companies which were previously held in one. It's proposed that the umbrella permit X is sufficient to cover all. We're not removing that class X. We're just allowing the other people to be able to have those other ones, but you can remain with the class X. But we're not saying that. So I think there was a misunderstanding. Someone thought maybe we are removing it. No, we are not. We totally appreciate your efforts, but at the same time have queries. Why does ERA allow foreigners, especially of Indian and Chinese origin, to take up jobs yet they don't have permits? We are not aware about that because... Yes, we are not. So now you need to give us...
How? No. Take down that road.
I can see. How can that happen?
Ladies and gentlemen, can we recognize the arrival of the Chief Executive of ERA?
Good afternoon. God is good.
All the time.
And all the time.
God is good.
That is his nature. Round of applause for God. So, please take your seats. Take your seats. I understand I'm interrupting a program, but I had to be here so that I'm able to join you to be able to share the challenges that we are going through as we transit. We know and we are aware that we need to be close and be together. I will possibly have an opportunity to say my few remarks, but I come in when you are in Q&A. So I will allow the team to answer any questions and I will respond to the residual questions. And then maybe thereafter I can give any remarks. depending on where you on the program. I apologize for running late. I was running 2 programs. I was expected to deliver a guest speech at 9 in Serena at the ongoing energy convention. It has only just happened. You know, events where you wait for political heads, you don't start until the political head shows up. So just finished the opening session, and then I asked my minister opportunity to come and be here with you. So I do apologize, but I hope I will catch up with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CEO. There's also a creative way that CEO receives all the questions, answers them at the same time, and delivers her remarks. That way we shall have scored in one single file.
Thank you. Charlotte will take us through the online questions and answer. You can highlight a few. The rest will provide responses at the opportune time. And many of them, I think, have cross-cutting issues, meaning answering one could be answering several of them. So what we are going to do for the questions that we have already taken, plus a few that Charlotte is going to read out from the online platform, will provide responses. Then we will receive from this side. I know that this side had not yet been covered, and then we will again provide the responses. After then, we will have the CEO give her remarks.
If someone is asking for Class Z, you should specify that if someone qualifies to say Class Z solar systems, Class Z generators, and wants to have both. Okay. Someone is asking about the rates for the proposed Class X new permits, Class XH and XM. Okay. Another issue is people who draft project specifications and requirements. Most of our companies carrying out medium voltage works may be unfairly locked out for some projects because the specifications drafted in a project require a company with Class X. How will ERA protect us on this after this act is passed? Okay. Same question. The company is doing both solar and medium voltage. My comment is about the requirement for Class Z for light solar system. My experience is that in light solar systems you have varying scope. If, for example, the plant is grid connected, the voltage levels could be 33 kV or even transmission level. If I just give you a comment. Light solar systems may cut across voltage levels. Now, is it possible to describe the specific responsibilities? Someone, for example, installs specific components cannot have the same qualifications as the one who has designed the system. Those were the comments we had online. We'll take a few more questions this side, and then we'll close it. Please be brief, so that we are able to finish this session.
Thank you, CEO, ERA, and others. Protocol observed. Called Dixon Okai, Azik, MD Nilando Groups of Company, National Coordinator and International Relations, Uganda Professional and Certified Electricians Association. How is ERA planning to handle this issue of coal generation, which is now existing in almost all sugar factories? Is it also under clean energy, or how is ERA planning to catch up with rapid technology changes? I see even yesterday but one,
soon we are transmitting energy on air. How are you advising this community here to empower the National Council of Technology to ask money from government to catch up with that gap? Not talked about here. Then, there's that issue of IDP which has talked of. Why are we not encouraging to utilize all the power which is in production now before we adapt new ventures into power? Because we have extra or excess, we are not even able to use all. Okay, there are so many, but let me stop there.
Good afternoon to everybody. I'm by names of Tomolami Van Salim, Class A, representing Triple D Technical Service and National Housing Construction Company Limited. I'm a member of UIP. As you look around, most of institutions have always organized CPDs to keep its workers informed. What is ERA planning for us to ensure that we are kept informed on what's going on and getting interaction such that we can be equipped with new technology?
My name's Wamkota Ronald from Waynard Services. Mine is a quick one. It's about vandalism. I'm really against vandalism, but it's in the form of advice that as they enforce the vandalism law, it's better if the enforcers also make use of technical people. Many times, these policemen, when they see anything black, underground cable, someone was taking me to police, calling an underground cable. Where did you get this solido? So I took a lot of time to explain to the policeman that this is not a solido, this is an underground cable. So we end up being inconvenienced when the enforcers don't know what is vandalized and what is not vandalized. So we shall save the inconvenience.
Thank you, the chair. I'm by the names of Turia Vedeo, the project director, iPower Engineering Company. I wanted to talk about on vandalism. In fact, why do you think that the public is not reporting somehow where vandalism is? That is the question you have to note. Why do you think that the public somehow is not reporting vandalism? Two, there is a scenario somewhere for the sake of security. I may not mention the name. But I myself reported a pole for quite a year. Not until it fell on somebody's house, it penetrated inside the house. Now, who is supposed to react on that when you talk about vandalism? The public, that means the public is somehow annoyed. Because if I can report a pole and no reaction, then how do you think that the public will report vandalism? When actually you have not reacted on the rotten pole. You have not reacted on the rotten pole not until it falls on somebody's house and it penetrated inside the house. And there is somewhere I again reported somebody wanted to steal a cross on the pole up. Then they brought a CID officer. If I was just a mere person, they would have arrested me. These policemen also, they need to know what is going on. If they give you a security person, you move with him You go in Kisenyi, you buy, as a gentleman was saying, you buy the underground cable, you are taking it somewhere, he comes, he's green, completely green, he doesn't know what is going on. On prepaid meters, as error, why do you sometimes bring half-baked things in public? Because now, when you look at these prepaid meters, some boxes up on the poles are quite empty. Some of those boxes you are seeing up on the pole, don't think there are meters inside. They are quite empty. For you think there are meters on the pole. Poles are just there, shabby, everything is on the pole, but meters are, there are no meters inside. And where do we report? And who reacts immediately on the issue of, say when we report, because you can report something, a poll, or, but nobody responding. Do we have somebody who is on the desk that we are reporting so and so? UEDC or error that we are reporting so and so? I thank you.
Please make your submissions very brief to allow everyone to make a comment, to give their question.
Thank you, Council. I will try to be as brief as possible. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dan Malone. I work with Uganda Consumer Action Network as a CEO, but I also chair another association called Uganda National Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Alliance, UNREA. UNREA houses all types of renewable energy, where solar is, hydropower, wind, biogas and biomass, and so on and so forth. So I think on that context, maybe the first thing I needed to do was to give a compliment on what Madam Faith was saying, that as we are trying to expand or revise the our regulations, permit regulations for 2025, we have also considered solar energy. I think that is great. We should also think about renewable energy at large. In fact, we should go ahead, because we're now talking about solar. We're trying to also include e-mobility. I think we have to try to think ahead. The hydrogen is also coming, the geothermal is also coming, and they're the same people, the wiremen, the permit holders, that are going to use in all these technologies. So that is a point that I wanted to appreciate the Electricity Regulatory Authority for. A comment on Mr. Ibrahim Kasita's presentation. We really appreciated those facts, figures, and statistics. Very interesting. And these are the statistics that drive the economy, rather the sector, the electricity supply industries. How I would wish that these figures are posted to the ERA website, so that each member, if you want to talk about what is happening in the sector, we can just go to the ERA website and find whatever is latest and then refer to that. That would be incredible. The other issue is about, I go back to what Madam Faith was sharing about the high standards in the electrical works. We've been out there and we've seen examples of where, of course, we're not talking about to our companies holding the company permit X and the permit holders, the individuals, but we also need to put emphasis, like he has just mentioned, the licensees, because there are sometimes where the permit holders are doing the right work, the individuals and the companies, but when our distribution licenses, for example, are not doing what is supposed to be done in the field. I have an example of a village where I'm staying, where I saw a line design of the ABC from a tee-off, and at the same time also have the bare conductors. And I was trying to ask somebody, I said, why are we having this in the same area? Does the regulator know that this is happening? Because I was informed that I think at a certain time T, we were supposed to have outphased the line construction using the bare conductors because of the disadvantages that we have, including vandalism and stealing of power and so on and so forth. But then I realized that such things are happening, and then the lines are energized. So I don't know whether the regulator goes down there or puts to task the distribution licenses for the contractors, because of course the contractor gets authority from the distribution licenses to do that. So in this case, who would be liable? Is it the contractor? Is it the distribution licensee? And what does the regulator do about that? The other one is the draft, of course, the draft permit regulations 25 that I've already just mentioned. My concern was, we have shared a lot and they're all good. Thank you, Madam Faith and the legal team. I happen to be part of the team that developed the one that I think we are revising, the electricity installation permits regulations of, I think, 2018. But now these ones have come this far. I don't know whether this is a validation exercise or a consultation exercise, because there are lots of issues that we wanted to put forward, but I think they have not been captured. I really appreciate that a lot has been brought on board. For example, when the permit holders requested, or we brought up the suggestion that at least let's have a permit for maybe 3 years if a permit holder is interested, or even 5 years, like our colleagues do for the driving permits. And we had also requested, the other one was that why should the installation permit be valid until December 31st? Meaning that if a person acquires that permit in October, it is going to be valid for only 2 months and then it expires. Why don't we again copy from our sister organizations in the country, like the driving permits? Because the driving permit and the passport, those are national documents, but they don't expire during the calendar year. They expire, they count a year after the time that has been issued. So I think that would be something that would also be copied. But the other ideas that we wanted to talk about, I think, which brings me to the idea of the companies and having directors as people that are supposed to be responsible. Either you get the permit holder and make him a director, or get a director who is technically qualified. I think the gist of that is that we would be stretching far to begin interfering with the work that is actually supposed to be done by the Uganda Registration Services Bureau. Because that means you're making, we are implying that this company has to go back to URSB, pull back their file, and then make amendments to that file so that maybe they can put one of the permit holders to be a director. Maybe what I would suggest is that we could make a difference or a distinction between the directorship and the management of the company. We can have the permit holders as top management of the company, meaning you can be an employee. We give you a contract today, 3 years you're gone, or 1 year you're gone, but you don't necessarily have to be a director. Because many of these companies, a director could be me and my sons, or me and my daughters, you know? So bring a person who is not even related to me. I want you to do the work, then I enforce it, I pay you, you go away. Or you stay with me and we continue doing work. So making a permit holder to be a director, I think it will have some legal implications that we have to face as the people that want to implement this. Maybe finally, and very finally, we're talking about the rights and responsibilities of the companies with permit X, and then the permit holders with the Z and all these, the high classes. There was a time we did some study, and I shared it with the CEO some time back, that we have buildings that are coming up in town that are having companies that are in charge of electrical installation. Very high value buildings. But when you go and look at that signpost, you realize that when you look at the electrical contractor, and you try to come into the register of the Electricity Regulatory Authority, that company is not there. So I got the explanation that I think maybe the permit holders have been employed by that company. But I don't know whether that's what the regulation says. Me, I would think that the regulation says that you're not supposed to do electrical installation works unless you are certified by the Electricity Regulatory Authority, whether as an individual or as a company. If we insisted on doing that, then we would open up, have jobs for our certified permit holders. Because getting a permit is, you know, as it is, it's always a hassle. When I was on the IPC, with the Madame Charlotte here, there are many people who chase back, go and get hands-on experience, go and get hands-on experience. So after some 2 or 3 times of try, a person comes back, you've got a permit. But there's nothing as bad as getting a permit and then you don't have a job. Because I'm always approached by a number of permit holders who say, I have a permit, I have a class B, but I don't have a job. I say, well, if you have a job there, please connect me. You know. So why should we close out our permit holders? We're the ones who have given them a permit. Let's also create opportunities for them to be allowed to work and do these buildings. Like I have a Val, I think there's a building here, the tallest apartments here, 24 floors. I'd be happy to see that the electrical contractor of that building is a certified company that has been certified by the Electricity Regulatory Authority. Let's try to open opportunities for our permit holders so that together we can enjoy the electricity supply industry. I want to thank you.
Okay, we are going to stop there and take those ones first before we can proceed.
Thank you. We have a CEO will take you through, first of all, the list of expectations, maybe for you to know what the people in the room really wanted us to discuss, or what they want to go with, the comfort they need to get from this workshop. We'll take you through this list, but before we take you through this list, I request members of the IPC, first of all, introduce yourself once again and respond to some of these questions, then we'll respond to the residual questions.
Engineer Ronald Atwaire, representing the Engineers Registrations Board and the IPC panel.
I'm Atienne Lydia Keller, IPC member representing vocational training institutions.
Maybe I never got it well. The gentleman, Mr. Peter. Yeah, you raised an issue of why we have, if we split up the permits into the different classes, whether someone will be competent enough to handle some of the faults that come on the network, on the grid, yeah, the network. So, of course, we have the generation, transmission, distribution. So really, if a fault is coming in from the generation, okay, let's say from the transmission network or from the medium voltage, if someone is at the distribution end, maybe a phase is off. Really, I think that's where his work stops. If it's maybe a class D person, he's checking to see what is wrong with why electricity is not reaching the house. And those faults are common. Maybe high voltage fuse goes off, and you find your neighbor has electricity, and where you don't have. So if the fault is coming from, they call it upstream, you get someone qualified in that bit of the network to work on it. And that's why we even segment, so that whoever at your level, you remain within your boundaries. Because I don't expect someone who is qualified for the D to be doing anything on the 33 on the 11 kV, and even on the 132 kV. You understand? let me cut you short. Sir, it hasn't changed. Even with the new permit regime, someone with class A will be able to handle the full spectrum, A, B, C, D. You can work downwards, but you can't, the permits don't allow you to work upwards. Like someone with a class C will not be able to do anything on the B, but the B can supervise class C work, he can supervise D works, so nothing has changed. Maybe that was a misunderstanding, but to clarify. Yes, and rightfully so, yes. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Chair, maybe just to take you through roughly, we have proposals in our regulations to have one of the directors to be a technical person with a valid permit. We've had lots of proposals, objections, and proposals from the members in the team. It is an area where they will need us to provide clear clarification. We've been drawn to the pharmacies where you do not necessarily have to be a technical person, but you can have a registered person to supervise a particular pharmacy. Issues to do with the solar systems, where everybody is making prices, no one is regulating these prices. Also the issue of quality, who is responsible, where does ERA support in quality regulation for solar panels? And then the issues of delays of getting a notice to proceed and also commissioning has been raised. The delays from the licensees is causing significant interruptions in the supply of the services by the contractors and also leading to vandalism. It is also contributing to shortcuts within their systems where the clients become impatient and request to be issued with completion certificates before these have been finalized. So that has been raised as an issue. And then issues of financial projections, because as they adopt new technologies, most of this equipment will require significant costs. And yes, significant costs. So how do they access funding to have the modern tools? Then issues of permit breakdown, someone has raised it, and I think engineering has provided some responses. Then ERA, I think, did you find us here? Yes, how local companies will be facilitated to participate in the IPT as contracts that are formulated only favor the international firms. Then whether the people in this room can also participate in power generation, whether they can get licenses. And then issues to do with technology, how the National Council for Technology can be involved. Yes, but also to run you through a few of the expectations, Charlotte, quickly. Okay, thank you.
So thank you very much, Chair of the Installation Permits Committee, the Director Technical Regulation ERA, Engineer Naiga. I also recognize the presence of the members of the IPC. We thank you for the selfless service and pro bono to this country. I think Engineer Maloney, now Maloney is an engineer. He has existed with us for a very long time. So he's an engineer by association. I'm an environmentalist by association. There are things that you have passion and monitor, and you feel like you know all topical issues that happen. we will share with you that this work is really pro bono and it is a national service to serve on this respective committee. I do serve on many committees, nationally, regional, and on the continent. And I welcome you to this engagement. I think before we were engaging Class D, Class C. This engagement also happens at an opportune moment when the sector is going through various transitions, and no doubt they have an impact on all of us. The way we do the work, the opportunities that we see, how we leverage them, and the space we are playing in, certainly it does have. Now, there are this list of, for me, I don't call them necessarily questions. I call them comments here and areas of concern. Because this is our sector, this is our country, and I've always shared with my team a mistake we did during UEB. I've lived long enough to have those memories. We made one mistake. We had a place called the radio room, and therefore we were picking dropouts at that level when people used to speak fluent English by senior 4. Senior 6 wouldn't be there, so they were in the radio room. But the radio room was the interface between the sector and the public. Both at times they even had extended the responsibilities of receiving customer complaints. Also used to have a place there where the payments happened, so they were in the same proximity where the revenue was being collected. But there we were having the face of industry without taking the diligence of building competence and capacity, because they are the mouthpiece. Even if the EDs and the directors have PhDs, these are the people that the public interfaces with. So equally, this team that we are interfacing with, they are the ones who represent us before the public. And every time that there are fires and electrocutions, people in my mind are in this room. I'm like, are we doing a good job? Whose responsibility is it? Is it a sensitization issue? Is it a competence issue? Is it a capacity building issue? Is it a response issue? Is it the distribution? Is it? Luckily enough, for all of you, you have someone to point at. For me, I can only point at myself, because I believe in everything that I do, I have a role to play. I have a contribution to make to whichever situation that we go through, whether glamoring achievement or inadequacies or gaps. That is how I was groomed. My value system is that I own up and look at myself as a leader and ask myself, how could we have done it better? What is my role? How can I make the situation better going forward? So the one question was asked, is the draft regulation still open for comments, changes or inputs? I want to believe that it is, but Council Elizabeth Gavirano will confirm. Have we gotten out of the Solicitor General's office? Yeah, so meaning it's not yet a regulation, it's not yet a law. So if there are pertinent issues that you think we should take up, that's the reason Rosa advoked consultatively, but also hierarchically. So it is not yet gazetted, it's not yet an instrument. Therefore, if we see that there is something pertinent that has to be changed, we don't have to wait for another review, because it takes time, 2, 3, 4 years. Like Marlon was sharing that in 2018, he participated in the review of the one that is being reviewed today. So if there are pertinent issues, and I'm not sure whether the time has allowed you people to discuss these issues. For example, one major cross-cutting comment that I've had is to do with why should we require a permit holder to be part of the leadership or the directorship of the company, of the certified company. I'm not sure how detailed that issue has been discussed, and there have been analogies with the other industries where you get a pharmacist who is registered and you open a pharmacy. Then you also maybe get, you know, there have been analogies. So I'm not sure where this has been how you concluded and you discussed this. But the reality is that there is no company X without this permit holder. So say the permit holder, is it a permit A, class A, class B, class... Without it, there is no. But then also the responsibility of safety, quality, the issues to do with the competencies, workmanship. The law does not recognize the governance, the other governance of these companies. The person who is reprimanded, the person who is taken to the cell is the permit holder. And the law is now not kind because it has made the penalties very stringent for purposes of understanding that we operate in a live environment. Electricity is a very obedient servant, but a very bad master. So I think the conversation should be around how do we then provide for clauses in the regulation that ensure that the company X is, or company with the class X permit, the governance has the visibility of the technical performance, but also is not there to make money only, but they are accountable and they are reprimandable. That goes to reviewing the primary law, because the primary law did not envisage that electricity is a business. Electricity is intended to be a basic good. That is why it was initially funded by government. But the primary law knew that we will need technical people who will be trained, qualified from technical institutions and university, practically exposed. They will be the one responsible for this last mile work. Now, the rest is a business, but according to the primary law, against which this regulation is being referenced, the responsibility of delivering that service is with the permit holders. It is like in many forums I'm referred to as the regulator. The law does not recognize me in decision making of this sector. It recognizes only 5 board members. That is why usually I put a disclaimer that you're interfacing with the secretariat, the technical arm, but you're not interfacing with the decision-making arm of the sector. So equally, the issue is, do we want to leave a lacuna there, where the accountability according to the law and regulations is with the permit holder? How the directors get profit and money and what from this company is not part of the law. The law recognizes the permit holder is the one with the risk, is the one who inherits the risk and responsibility of undertaking the last mile activities in a way that is reliable, secure, according to standard, and is liable to even imprisonment and many currency points if work doesn't happen. So we need to balance that, really, because we are not operating in a vacuum. We are not operating in a vacuum, so we need to balance that. So if the thinking is that we don't necessarily need a permit holder on the director or the governance body, then should we gazette this business to say that for you to have a company X, you must have, because you must take responsibility. You must take responsibility. Because now it is flexible, we are saying, okay, because most of these, our permit holders may not be only in financial capacity to start the companies, but can they sit where decisions are being made? Because those decisions should be balanced between profit and safety, reliability and security of supply, and protection of life and property of people. They may not be entitled to shareholding, and because I know there are categories of class B, class A, profit. They may not be bringing in capital because they may not have it. They could have made their own companies, but can they sit where final decisions are made? So that if a decision is to be made between this company owning a mega and increasing salary before the mega is bought, can't they say, but how shall we be inspecting and validating our connections? Don't you think that eventually then the regulator will get us off guard, and in the end I will be the one to lose the permit? But also, what is the impact of the buildings? Can we keep borrowing? Because if you don't sit in the room where decisions are, if you lack technical competence to guide you where the decisions are being made, the reality is that you lose the business. Because this is not only a profit-making business. It is a business within a live environment. It is a live environment. So I'm not sure how you, because the feedback I was getting here, it's like, why should we have the permit? Why should we desire a permit holder on either the board of directors or EXCO, according to the clause which was being quoted? What is needed is that where decisions are being made, because these decisions concern activities that are happening in a live environment, there must be a technical person with a language of electronics to be able to guide the people who are making a decision. How you share your profits is another thing. But where decisions are being made that govern the activities of this company, what do we buy? Is it PPE? What do we prioritize? What is happening? Those people should be there. So I think I have tried to clever, because I didn't tap into how it had been explained previously. By the way, our law is not flexible. Our law is not flexible, and all these classes of permits that have evolved is to make the situation easier for all of us. Because also, if we had stopped on individuals when we had company permits, these individuals have no economies of scale to run with accelerated access activities that we are doing. They may not have economies of scale to be able to construct distribution lines. So we've tried to flex, but the law is not that much flexible because it governs a live environment. A live environment. All of you in this room, whenever, I don't know whether you now have the same lens as me, whenever there is a fire and I'm watching or I'm monitoring or reading, the next thing in my mind is, was there a loose connection? Was power on? Was power off? Because they believe that we have not perfected this area. The competencies that do the last mile, and that is why we have this dedicated effort. Starting with reviewing the law, but engaging you further to understand what you go through and to be able to agree together on how can we improve this environment, so that we are not the first point of call when there is loss of property and loss of life. So I will then comment on the others. these issues of cogenic, solar, green energy, all of them, we are operating an all-inclusive, all natural resource technology inclusive strategy. So there can be gaps in form of competencies, but also technical skills. We can partner together to build these competencies. We can partner together. You know that we did that when we were starting the ECP, and we were able to bring in demonstration cubicles and got funding, and we were able to accelerate building capacities. And now the numbers are nearing 5,000. We are targeting 10,000. So if there are specific areas that we believe we need to accelerate the competencies because the market needs them. You are the only people who are doing the last mile connections, whether it is industry, where things have changed from IDMT to digital, from whatever name it, you are the people. So we will be happy again to sit around the table and identify those areas, package them, either through government or through development partners, to be able to come up with a solution. We've come up with various solutions, including there's someone who commented on who regulates the standards of solar. You are talking about solar, but the whole UNBS did not have any section for electricals. We had to go through ERT3 to get money from World Bank to set up the electrical testing section. So it is, but for solar they have regulations and they control standard at entry. And we thought that because one, apart from the grid connected solar, that one we are in charge. But one, because of the solar lantern, the solar home system, the small panel which they put outside in the, when you will have the costs of administration regulation, you are frustrating access to clean energy. So unless there is an alarm, the area where we tapped in is the O&M, making sure that the team that does operation and maintenance are in the environment. Because what was happening is when I buy a solar lantern, if it fails, you take it back, they tell you, top up and you get another one. But I mean, it has a lifetime. Why do you inconvenience me to get a second one when this one still has a lifetime? That is an area where we are synergizing with the UNBS to have an entry, so that as they set up their marketing offices, we give them a radius of where they should at least have a repair, maintenance, operation and maintenance technician. But when you talk about all other technologies, cogen is just one. But now we are speaking about hydrogen, we are speaking about nuclear atoms for peace, or uranium, geothermal. The list is endless. And we should be glad that we are living in this era where our natural resources are being, explored. Because we are now still at the stage of knowing what quantum of what metal, what natural resource do we have where, and how do we put to use. I think what I can share is that the President has made a directive that no exporting of those raw materials. We are adding value from here, including minerals. Now, I can also answer that together with the issue of rapidly changing technology and smartism. What is the regulator? What can the sector do? What can be your contribution? It has taken us thus far to be at 60% access level. The recent census puts us at 53.7, but some World Bank census had put us at 60%. And that is with the radio network, with the IDMT release, with the manual, just with the SCADA. Now, for us to get smart, it is a gradual process. What happens? Whichever new, because it is unthinkable for developing economies to believe that you'll wake up one day and you remove all of the old equipment and put a new one. You have not even managed to extend the old one up to all of the population of the country of 46 million people. So the effort is that whichever new facility whichever upgrade, whichever extension comes with the current new technology. So that gradually, like now, when we started, we had the DMT, this postpaid meters. Now we on prepaid largely, and the automatic meter readers for the big industries. We now have to migrate it to smart meters. So, and when we prescribe the guidelines for the prepaid, we required that they should be designed such that we only need a chip to plug and play and change it to a smart meter. So long as now the subscribers that provide the telecom services have given us a cheap source of communicating with these meters. Because what makes it costly is that you don't want to lump the cost of monitoring a remote domestic meter by ICT on the consumer. Because incidentally, that consumer, you are encumbering them to consume. You want to optimize costs so that you lower. So smartism is a continuous process, and embracing new technology is a continuous process. And what happens is that every new facility should come with the current technologies. And you must have heard us pulling ropes in Kalma because the plant was built for a long time. Towards the end, there were some computers, ICT, that we were seeing that they are ancient, because ICT after 3-5 years it is obsolete. And we are telling them, change it before we take it. Change it. So we ensure that as we implement new facilities, we adopt their technology. Now, I'm not sure whether the National Council of Technology can come in to support us. We will be happy. We have a government entity. We can initiate conversation. If they have some resources that we can utilize to do either capacity building or adaptation to new technology, we wouldn't have any problem. So let's synergize on that. Why are you not encouraging people to use all of the power that we have before you install more? It is a good question, but I want to share that we don't have much power, because some people think we have much power. And since you all either mathematicians or you are mathematicians by association, because you are in a science field, whether you are just pulling a solido, you must know how many meters the socket should be from the ground, how many on average meters of a solido from the pole. So we are people of numbers in this room. As we speak now, 4 out of 6 units at Kalma are dispatched at peak. Now, 1 unit naturally is spinning reserve, so it means you have hardly a unit. Now, it takes us on average 5 to 7 years to build a big power plant. We have not started. So join me in being concerned that in the next 2-3 years we may publish load shedding rotas if we don't run. I don't want to witness diesel-based thermal. It drained the treasury, it is pollutant, we are in the era of energy transition. So we are looking at interim solutions using the technology that can be delivered in a short time. That is the solar, the gas, and we are undertaking a grid stability study to determine location and capacities. So where we sit now, we are not comfortable, because we know if we do nothing, nothing will deal with us. If you fail to plan, you plan to do what? To fail. So, but also even when, even if you had to some extent some adequate or surplus energy, because of the lead time of these plants, when I issue a license, at least you understand the language of a license. When I issue a license, the first year is for financial closure. Actually, it's for refining designs. Because usually people who do the preliminary designs are people of sweat equity. They don't do a lot. There are people who know Uganda, they know where they can meet the office of the regulator. They just select you to gather information, and some of the information is from the website. It's not a detailed design. So immediately you issue the license, detailed designs. After detailed designs, financial closure. Those can take about 2 to 3 years, only that. Then once that is done, they are able to get the contractor. Then issuing of the notice to proceed, you are in 3 years. Nothing has happened, by the way. You are just confirming. It is proceed up to when you get the contractor. Nothing has happened. Nothing has happened. That's why at times I've experienced this in my service, where the public says, you are a liar, you lied the other side, you come to lie here. When we are packaging the interconnections to West Nile. I don't know how many times the parliamentarians called us a liar, and then would go with the boxes and slides to show, saying, we don't want your boxes, we don't. Even when the towers were on the ground, they still doubted. That Thomas left things in us, this human race. So the reality is that the packaging takes a while. Then now they start contracting. Now after contracting, there is also a process for site handover and contract mobilization. So the actual construction, you'll see, may even take like 5 years. But all these other preliminaries, then the construction ends. For this smallest, it can be 6 months, but for a big plant, about 2 years of testing. They will do dry testing, they will do wet testing, they will do live testing, they will... And they are all tests, factor acceptance, site acceptance, and they are all necessary because we are dealing with a live environment. So please, if you have ideas how we can bring on board additional generation at fairly priced levels so that we don't skyrocket our end user tariff, because the higher the end user tariff, the more the manufacturers fly to areas where they are competitive prices of electricity. Now, they will have to regulate me because I may stand between you and that, but I'm very passionate to be together with you. These CPDs, that is the work of the committee. You did the practicals, nothing refuses you to do CPDs. If you want to do practical CPDs, if you want to have this conversation, for me this conversation is healthy. We listen to you, you listen to us, they issue a certificate of attendance. What is wrong with that? You came, you participated, you attended, you contributed, you made input into the regulation that is going to govern the sector. You keep your certificate and the CPDs that are associated. So I really don't have any issue with that. All professions, they check and share information with the people that help them to deliver the service. Now, there was a brother who elaborated the pathetic situations where response time is poor, both on reported network breakdowns, and that gives us a bad brand, and it deters the public, which would have otherwise not only helped us, but protected their own asset. Because the public doesn't know that when someone cuts down a pole, is actually stealing in your bank account. Because in the end, how will that pole be replaced? We have to provide for it in the price of electricity. We have. But because the public is unaware, and the public is an emotional being, and the service delivery, I really don't want to even be on the defense. It is true. There are times, even ourselves, where the public gets to you and say, we have been off supply for 3 weeks. Our transformer failed. We reported. They even gave us, this is the reference number, but they've just been coming and going. Meanwhile, our businesses are failing. And you know what is very interesting? Is that when you forward those issues, within 2 days the transformer goes there. Then you ask, was it intentional? Do you want police? Do you want which? That is my observation. Maybe these colleagues of mine, but my own observation, there is no outage that has been referred to me, and I report it, and it takes more than 3 days. Even if it is last week, they replaced a transformer in pitch in 1.5 days. But they had been off for 3 weeks. Now, if this person didn't access me, what would have happened? And where are the businesses? There are some people who in the morning, they pick 50,000 from a circle, They buy tomatoes, they buy this, they put it there, they make their difference of 5,000, 10,000 to feed their family. The following day they do the same. Now I had my tomatoes, they are rotten. So I understand. Do we have standards? We do have standards. What else can we do now that we have the standards? We have provided for the distribution, operation and maintenance cost. We've also provided for investments. What we are trying to do two things. Of course, we started with changing the primary law so that when there is a gap or an omission, it is not a company omission, it is the responsible party omission. So when we sue UEDCL, we sue UEDCL, the company, but also we sue either the MD, if it was the negligence on the side of the MD, or the chief technical, if it was the chief technical who didn't act, or the manager. So the law now is very supportive. The other thing that we are doing is to try and increase our visibility, go regional. You are aware that we opened the regional office we started with Gulu because by then we hadn't connected the area to the network. And most complaints came from West Nile and the Greater North. Every time you listen, take your Wenereko, pack and take them. We don't want them. But when they are saying take them, they don't provide for an alternative. So when they go, what will happen? Will it be Ugandans completely? Because you know, as you say, take away the distributor, you must provide alternatives, you know. But you know you are still on an island, you are still using a small, we are even bringing in a diesel, you know, but you know those things, they don't matter to a business person who is losing a business opportunity or a profit opportunity. So we started with the north, then we went to Mbale East because of the problem you knew. These people they call electrocutioners, snake bites. So they lost factor that side, and they also masters in reprimanding technical people. Actually, most of the people who will be, I think he understands. He has ever worked with these distribution companies. So they disable the distributor, the technical team of the distributor that you put there. They disable I can say to some extent also the policing process. Because now, they are not reporting. People are electrocuted. They say snake has bitten someone and in a short while they bury. And they continue with tapping, illegal wiring, small wiring. So that is why we also established a region. And now, this month, we are establishing one in Barara. So we think this reach, together with you people, we want you to be our eyes. Because you are part of us. For me, I'm here to share with you that I'm not any better than you. We are in this together. Because without, first of all, when there is an electrocution, they will not even look for engineer work. They will look for you because you are there every day. Maybe you are even the one who wired the neighbor and the other. So they will look for you either for help to isolate or support or to reprimand. So we are in this together. So we are thinking that these regional offices will leverage your support. Will leverage the support of the police. We will have eyes to see. When the person says, we have been off supply, you call Umeme say, that work was done. But if the person is there to say, no, the work is not done. I called this industry, it's not done. I've gone there, it's not done. So our reach, we are trying to increase our reach so that we implement the standards. Because we have the law in place, you must be aware that we have the quality of service standards. This quality of service standard, they detail the time, the days, the hours, the responsiveness which these people are supposed to comply with. Then we have the quality of supply standard, which monitors that is the quality of supply. The other one is on responsive quality of service. So I think that if we are able to leverage the law, to leverage the standard, and be present in the moment, we should be able to impact and influence, improve the service delivery. But also for me, I've had myself selflessly for this nation. My number, I think, is the most available number anyway. I don't know whether you still need to look for it. Because I can get calls from rural women. It says, Kaganya okulodinga, nombuza kachi, asonga na kuita several nogamba. You still try to speak English, she insists nogamba. Kakati ogamba, mama, kaganye, kachi, kano akantu kamwe. I don't want to open up my number. I think my number is everywhere. But the good thing is that whichever complaint that I get, I resolve it and follow up to confirm that it has been resolved. If we all adopt that as the eyes, my number is 0774380001, and it is only one. It is on WhatsApp. It is only one number, 0774380001. This gentleman is saying now he has no job. You have a job. Please work with us. We know it is not that our licenses are stubborn, but at times, for example, these transition times we are going through, they are overwhelmed. They get overwhelmed over nothing because the transition has not fallen like rain. They've known for 20 years that they will receive their assets back. Now, what is overwhelming you? What is overwhelming? You've prepared. Like this gentleman who called. She's in labor. He said, what? Who is in labor? My wife. But for 9 months, surely, you didn't plan how you will manage it. So, for 20 years, we had no. Some have been telling the public that there is no emergency. We knew. The president told us long ago that this contract will never be extended. And at least, cabinet decision 2019. How many years ago? 6. Now how can you say? So, but they get overwhelmed. It is not only about transition, but temporarily, they go into situations that overwhelm them. For example, during the rainy season, if they have not planned for the rainy season to do vegetation clearance, to map or rotten poles and replace them or plumb them, they can get breakdowns in multiple simultaneously, and then they start saying the rainy, the heavy, but you didn't prepare the grid for the rainy season. This time, someone after the transition, I think, wanted to mock me, and it was a parliamentarian sent me a message, and you may have seen this message. It moved around because I received it like 3 times. But what has happened this time? It is raining and power has not gone off. I don't know whether you saw that message. But of course, we should fight responsiveness because the distribution companies must be accountable. But we cannot do it alone. And I want to agree with you that poor service delivery can make the public that would have been our allies disengaged. So we need to work on the service delivery, but also sensitization. Also getting down to them together. I say together because, as I said, if I don't get those voices, before they used to go on Mubukedi, you used to Gavu Deco, they used to go to Mubukedi, but now I think I'm there Mubukedi. They come direct and we handle. So let's have a heart of serving our nation. Let's own up that this is our sector. It is, I usually tell my team that you applied for a job and you prayed before you were coming for the interview. And God bless you with this job. There's no reason we shouldn't represent the Ugandans fairly. So that is on, but then on vandalism, we are also using technology in addition to the heightened law to ensure that we adopt ICT and technology, which is difficult to vandalize. But also, I think the head of state now has firmed up his resolution that these assets are assets of national importance, where now we've been dealing with police, but I think he's escalating it to top security so that they support us. Because there are three things. One, to know. You need to know what has happened. Then number two, responsive and security. Those are three. Because the vandals are not ordinary people like us. I don't know. I want to believe that in this room there is no accomplice of the vandalism process. I know you can pick something to go and finish. For you, I can suspect you for these earthing roads, earthing mats, and I say suspect, I'm not saying you do. You do. But when it comes to vandalism, you may not be part, because these are armed cartels. We were taking the MPs through the northern corridor, that is the Karuma, Alira, the old line, before we are preparing for the commissioning. And we came face to face to this lady when they had just vandalized like 3 kilometers of the transmission line, new line, not yet energized. So we asked the lady, did you see them? She said, I did. Why didn't you raise an alarm? Said they were armed, they would have killed me. And they told her, if you need your life, go back in your home. And so that is why, yes, we can do all of this, we can be the eye, but where you are countering armed people, it can only be by armed people. So it is going to be a mixture, improved technology, leveraging ICT, but also security to come in. And for me, I want to advise you, if you know people who are participating in vandalism, they would rather go to Mzee and ask for an alternative source of living. It is going to be very, very difficult. It's going to be very, very difficult. These are times when he says, Kuba kunyama, and we don't want that in our country. Yes. I understand people are very hungry. Now, what is I thought I would answer all of these questions. Pardon? Is it okay? Can I summarize in the next 10 minutes? Because we need to hear from one another. And we need to support one another. There was this issue of incomplete installations, boxes on poles that have no meters. Of course, one, then do the people have electricity? Are they on direct supply? And if they're on direct supply, are they happy? Or they are just stealing power? Because the experience of being in direct supply is that the bills are inconsistent. They give you a bill today, tomorrow, then they come the other day and they say you've not been paying for a year, and they slam you with a very huge. Many people, those are some of the cases we used to mediate, because of people accepting to be on direct supply for long. Where the installation is incomplete, that one is work in progress, because we had schemes that had been started by REA, but on transition of REA into the ministry, the provision of the resources to complete all the incomplete schemes has not happened. It is being done in a gradual manner. I know that most of the main extensions, those poles that used to stand without wires, is where they started. Because they are creating a body, maybe they were rotting. Some of them were even concrete poles. But I would be interested to get some bit of details, because I have access to the permanent secretary and the minister, where REA is, so that because now we have the meter. I can tell you that we have the meter. We have the meter, which were prepared before UEDCL came in. They are not, I think, I can't say they are infinity, but we have about 140,000 complete, and then we have the 400,000 that is coming in from World Bank. So the meters are not an issue. So I needed to know if the whole installation is complete, it's just a meter. Let's get some statistics so that we cause action. Because it is inconveniencing to both sides. The sector can lose revenue, but also the consumer is very inconvenienced. For people who are on direct supply, it's just a matter of time. They will come reporting, because they fail to agree. Eventually, the company comes in and says, now you have a fridge, you even now have a cooker. They don't know where you bought it, whether it works or not, whether it's just a statue there to show status, and then they will slam you a huge and then they multiply by the months. Those are mediation cases that we handle, and we advise at least not more than 3 months when you are a direct supply, because eventually the bill will inconvenience both. So let me get some details through him if you have statistics, especially where you have mass, even if it is one we are interested in, but if you have a village where people are all on direct, we want to guide, because we also have the role of advising the minister. And instead of putting only one village, why don't you use bare wire and reach 5 villages? Everyone is waiting for these electrons. So at times it is us, there are some technologies that are site specific. For example, we have now encouraged the concrete for swamps, because the pores rot faster and you find that the rate of replacement is higher. Then in slums, area bundled. In market areas, area bundled. So it's true, you may find that here you have area bundled, but then after that, the other village, if they are built to standard and they are safe, we have no problem. If there are areas where you are suspecting, please let us know so that we intervene before electrocution happens. I think I may have responded. Access financing, yes, it's very important. How can my understanding of the question is how can the sector help these companies, our companies that interface on our behalf and do the last mile activities to access financing. We can look at this at a global level. I know that some development partners are interested in funding the last mile. Like I said, we got the funding as part of the ERT that helped us to build competencies and fast track the certification. If the issue is cost-efficient capital, for example, you may find that your companies are being engaged to do L&T, but you are paid only after the validation and verification process has happened. So it ties out your capital. So we can identify that as an impingement to accelerating access, and then see, is there a way that any of the development partners can support to provide a pool of cost-effective capital that the companies can access. I think that one we can look at it globally, but we need again to, how can local companies participate in IPT? Now, my experience in building the local content and local capacity, we start from sweat equity. I want also to appreciate, I think I didn't give my remarks before, I had intended to appreciate the companies that are participating in this work. Because you know that before, they were not Ugandan companies. They were Sri Lankans, they were some Indians, they were, even Kenyans, we used to be here and they do. But now, this, and I was reporting where I was, that this business of last mile connection, you may find that nearly 80 or 90% there are people who are doing the last mile connection. Maybe behind there, you may have some directors who are taking advantage of you. You do the foot soldiering, you do the donkey work, and then they run away with the profit. But the people we interface with, the people we certify, largely are Ugandans. So, on the issue of local participation, It starts with the accepting to offer a component on a big project, because we usually don't have, including our own banks here. It's the first time that we are seeing Stanbic, ABSA coming to say we want to fund tens of millions of dollars to the sector. But even with that, they do mobilization of their other branches outside the country. So the fiscal space that we play in does not have that much solid capital to fund all of the activities of the electricity supply industry. So even if you wanted to run to the bank to say I want to do an IPT loan, IPT is the independent private transmission construction. Because you know that the transmission segment used to be a monopoly of government. But now with the amendment of the law, it allows private people to play in that space. So for you to play in that space, you are talking about not less than 10, 20, 30 million dollars, depending on what you are doing. And that is not money that you can easily get check that I will go and someone lends me. Because even if we do that, the due diligence, they call it the due diligence that informs the term sheets, you know, we don't pass many times. So my advice is, one, the partnerships. Accept it to be called a backstopper. Because I can be a backstopper for even 4 projects, but the people I'm doing projects for are seeing me, and I'm gaining the experience, and soon I'll be one of the lead experts, the lead supervisors. So we need to come in the way we've managed it to domineer this environment. We need to come in, accept also to be, I've seen local citizens who start with the pre-feasibility, they collect information here and there, they are lucky to get a permit. But now when it comes to doing the actual work and doing the permit stage, they don't have the resources to do it, because you need $1 million, $500,000, $2 million, depending on the capacity of the project you are packaging. Development cost is sunker cost. That's the first thing. So for you to want to participate in the development and fund it, you must be willing to sink and lose. Because when you do studies, you are doing studies to either return a positive, a technically viable and financially feasible, or not. So that is not an area where we want to start. We want to start on being partners. The risk there is huge, given the fiscal space of our country. So we want to start on a project that is licensed, but I can take over the streaming. And you know, these international companies also, they want to maximize profit. Because if they bring in the Sri Lanka to do the streaming, they charge them 5 times. But if they engage you to do the streaming, maybe we charge them a third, you know. So while in the beginning stage, it will appear like they're extorting, they are overusing, but you are building the experience and the expertise. And when you synergize together, 3 or 4 companies come together, you may buy the equipment for stringing, and soon you may qualify to start with a 10 kilometer, a 33, and you want 32 kV. So that is how the entry can be. It is difficult to say that we will start from implementing a full project, because the fiscal space, the equipment may not be there. But you can start by taking components, but also in most of the licenses that we issue now, actually all licenses that we issue now, we demand local content. We demand local content in 2 areas. One is in the knowledge transfer, and then number 2 in ensuring that you employ the Ugandans. Actually, for us in the sector, the Minister of Internal Affairs cannot issue a work permit when it is not clear. And to clear you must demonstrate that all Ugandans have failed to come and do that job. You advertise it, they didn't respond, you interview it. And even when we clear you, your expert comes in on condition that you pair that expert with the Ugandan, and for the period of 2-3 years, and that person goes back. So that is part of the local content that we are doing, and we monitor local content. That's part of the monitoring process. But if we want to go big and do, for example, here they will do 2015 megawatt plant was designed by Tanzanians, and the owners engineer who supervised the construction of that plant, they were Tanzanians themselves, and the plant is commissioned fully 2015 megawatts. So that is where we also have to go. That's where we have. But to head there, we need to accept the plan, but also maybe now what the colleague here was raising, to try and link up with the science and technology to see how the universities fit in by funding research, which later on they put on the market in sense of medicine one. Now for us, ours is the actual delivery, actual construction. We've had the head of state being proud that Uganda is managed no, not Locust Sea, when the islands docked, of course Locust Sea, but the island, you remember when the islands docked and you were blocking generation, you know, he puts it in easy as the capacity he has built, you know, Marini, what you people, we all came together and we survived, and here we are. And so the reality is that this country, where we are now, and I've always shared with my team here, that the regime that we have is for building local capacity. The challenge is that the money from the treasury is not enough to fund these projects. Hence, we have to depend on our partners. And because we are depending on those partners, we can only start small. We cannot start with a big fish. But as we start small, we are building competence, we are also building capacity, and we shall cooperatize. We come together, 2, 3. For me, I have a mega, for you, you have a truck, already has a roll loader, and we are able to do a 33. And eventually, we are able to do the 132. And we should be able to grow that capacity. So I have to think that I've tried to touch each and every comment. And what I can pledge is that let's have these interactions more often. We don't have to wait for 3, 4 years, 2 years. We can have them more often. The other thing I wanted to share, because now the chair of the IPC is saying I have no time to make remarks, is to say that we are going through a transition, stand up and be counted by the distribution company. And where you are having challenges, bring it to our notes. Where you're being discriminated, bring it to our notes, because we certify you, we review your competency, we review your equipment, we review the team that you've assembled that can do the work. Please raise us so that we tag on their door, so that we are able to prepare you for the work, because the work is enormous. We now need to connect 500, to make 500,000 connections per year. Now, who is going to do those connections? The individual permit holders may not have capacities, because you need to pre-finance the L and the T, and they don't have that economies of scale to pre-finance the L and the T. So they have to work behind you. So we really want we don't want to leave out any of our certified company. If they find gaps in you, please come to us so that we work on the gaps together. Because as I said, we want to deliver the electrons safely, securely, and cost effectively. Allow me to put a comma here, knowing that we shall have another interaction. And again, to thank the chair of the Installation Funds Committee. I also register the apologies from the Secretary of IPC, Council Bigger, who is represented by Elizabeth. I left him in the other forum. I told him, you remain here, and I have to go this side. And on behalf of the board and management, we appreciate, and we know the environment is not yet perfect, but together we should be able to deliver the quality service that improves customer satisfaction in this country. Thank you very much. Thank you. Your remarks, and from the members in here, you can give a better applause. I see on this conference targeted classes A, B, X, and Z. We do not have in here classes C and D. When you look at our profile, those are the majority. But we also know the people in here will also do most of the works that are being undertaken by the permit holders under the classes C and D. So in one way, they've been represented, but last year we had a comprehensive engagement with the classes C and D. So the members in here should not think that we have neglected that segment, because we consider each one of you very critical and important to the agenda that we have to accelerate access. Yes, so I do not want to delay us any longer. We have our hosts outside. They are really knocking on us that they are closing the restaurant. I want us to stand up and stretch and have a closing prayer. I have an ailment in the room. He walked in, he's hiding there. I don't know why you're hiding. Thank you. Thank you for supporting the industry.
Let's humble ourselves for a prayer. Father, Lord, we want to thank you for this day. We thank you that you gathered us again to deliberate on the issues of the electricity supply industry. We pray that whatever we have discussed shall come to fruit on, and we pray that you will give us wisdom and knowledge to continue to execute our duties. And we pray that you will also enable us, O Lord, to be able to handle all the issues in the electricity supply industry. In the mighty name of Jesus, we have prayed.
So someone is going to give you a coupon on your way out. Lunch is served by the CEO.